social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
Dakota Community Bank and Trust, your trusted partner for commercial and business loans. We not only provide lending you need to grow your business, but we also reinvest in our communities. We believe in strengthening our businesses and creating opportunities for success. Choose Dakota Community Bank and Trust for your commercial and business loans, and together let's keep our communities thriving.
Serving the community, looking out for you. At Dakota Community Bank and Trust, that's what we do.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
Since 2003, the architects and engineers at Ackerman Esvold have been enhancing everyday life. From response times to commute times, we've helped create critical infrastructure, enhancing highway safety, flood protection, and public education. And we're no stranger to enhancing fun, family outings, and even game time. Ackerman Esvold, working to enhance your everyday life.
Great news! If you're looking for a new vehicle, Ryan Family Dealerships has the best selection we've had in years. You'll find fantastic offers from Nissan, Honda, Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram.
Hold on! Ryan sells Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram?
Yes, we do, and we'd love to sell one to you. Visit one of our 5 convenient locations in Minot and Williston. Get your next vehicle from a name you know and trust. Ryan Family Dealerships.
That sinking feeling you get when this happens? That's oil change-anxiety. The anxiety of being without a car with a billion things to do. The fear of being overcharged. The stress of not knowing where to go or who to trust. But you never get those feelings at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, where you can watch us work right from your car, and we finish up in about 15 minutes.
We changed your oil and did our 18-point safety check.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Service you can see, experts you can trust.
It gives me great pleasure to welcome you in to the PSP Network for the start of the high school hockey season. Well, we've already had some hockey weather here in the state of North Dakota as we kick off the season. Got the snow this morning, last night, and we get ready now for some hockey. Can you believe it? It's already time. And we've already got a couple of games underneath the belt, mostly exhibition, but the bulk of state versus state teams, the conference versus conference opponents, that all kicks off here tonight, and we have got a double dose of it here in Mandan on the PSP Network. Century takes on the Mandan Braves in what should be a fun doubleheader tonight. Starting off with the girls, and then after that, we will shift on over to the boys matchup. For the girls, they've already started their season last weekend. Both teams actually played the same team. So it kind of gives you a little bit of kind of where you're at. But again, we'll kind of get into the results of that as you see. Century 0-1, Mandan 1-0. I'm Brock Widener, joining you on the PSP Network and joining you on the pre-game show. It's brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. It's your locally oil change headquarters. 25 years of the Lundins taking care of people. Local actually matters. Not to mention, this oil change is a stay-in-your-car drive-through oil change. It's typically performed in 15 minutes or less. Find them in Minot and Bismarck. It's Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Talking about 15 minutes or less, that's what we've got on the board until we get ready for puck drop coming your way here at the Starion Sports Complex. Let's dive into this matchup. Mandan taking on Century at home for the Braves. The Braves last year finished 13-5, 2 overtime wins and 2 overtime losses in state play. Tony Swearingen back at the helm of the Braves. And this is a team that has made it to state, 6 straight state appearances, 11 appearances in the last 12 years to the state tournament. This past year finishing 6th place in state. And then you look back, 2024 finished 4th. They fell in the state consolation the year before that. And in 2022 finished 6th in state. But this is a team that makes it to state year in and year out to Mandan. For Century, last year they finished 12-5 and 5 overtime wins. They were perfect in overtime during the regular season. They're head coached by Tim Meyer. They fell in a state consi game, and they were so good in overtime. A perfect, 5-0 in regular season. They were 6-0 until the state tournament where they fell in their first overtime matchup, and that is what took them out of the state tournament. But in 2024, this is a team that fell in the state championship to the Spruans of Fargo North-South. So this is a team just a couple years removed of a state title opportunity. They're seeing if they can get back there. This is the 4th season where Century and St. Mary's are in that Century co-op instead of the Bismarck Blizzard co-op, where they were partnered with Legacy and Bismarck High. Legacy High ended up going to the state title game last year and ended up winning the entire thing. When all 4 schools were combined, well, they had 18 state appearances as the Blizzard, 9 state titles, 3 state appearances as just Century after leaving that co-op. And again, they were the first Bismarck kind of combination, their duo, to make it to the state title game. But Bismarck Legacy was won the first ever state title away from the Blizzard namesake. Last year, Mandan was the 4th seed last year. They were tied for the 2nd most overtime appearances with 4. That obviously came behind the Century Patriots. They were the 3 seed, 1 spot above Mandan last year. They had the most overtime wins and appearances, 5-0 in the regular season. These two teams, they let the lamp pretty well last year. Century, 85 goals. That was 2nd in the state. 47 goals allowed. That was 4th best. And then that 38 goal differential tied 2nd in the state. For Mandan, 61 goals, that was tied 3rd. 42 goals allowed, that was 3rd as well, for 19 goal differential, ending in 4th. So these two teams, very similar last season. They were basically, 1 spot away in most kind of results. And in state, that was kind of the same thing as well. Mandan 6th, Century kind of quote-unquote 7th in the state tournament. State preseason and the coaches ranking. The coaches ranked all the teams. We'll take a look at how that all shook out. Fargo North-South, they were the 1 seed last year but did not win the title game. They ended up 1st, though, right now to start in the Coaches Bowl. Legacy Bismarck, the defending champs, in 2nd. Century, these Patriots, in at number 3. Then it's Grand Forks projected at 4. Mandan projected at 5. West Fargo United, Fargo Davies, and Minot United are the top 8 and are the early projections for the coaches to make the state tournament. Dickinson, Williston, Jamestown, and Devils Lake are seeded 9 through 12. Let's take a break right here on the Valvoline Instant Oil Change pregame show, live from the Starion Sports Complex. When we come back, we got more of the pregame show coming your way.
We started with small beginnings. And just like the visionary entrepreneurs we serve, we turned an idea into reality. Today, we give you the power to grow your ideas by building meaningful relationships in the communities we serve. Because it's the same place we started. BNC National Bank, where possibilities begin right here at home.
Being in business for over 25 years, we've learned a lot about why local matters. Unlike those guys, we take pride in our work and back our tires with our Plus Plan guarantee to get the most out of your tire's lifespan.
Are the tires the same size on all the sides?
We strive to provide great value to our guests and lowest prices guaranteed.
That's not good.
Stop at a trusted tire and auto and get a set of tires from people you know and trust, and will even match those guys.
That sinking feeling you get when this happens? That's oil change anxiety. The anxiety of being without a car with a billion things to do. The fear of being overcharged. The stress of not knowing where to go or who to trust. But you never get those feelings at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, where you can watch us work right from your car, and we finish up in about 15 minutes.
We changed your oil and did our 18-point safety check.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Service you can see, experts you can trust.
Welcome back in here to the Starion Sports Complex on the PSP Network. I'm Brock Widener, joining you in on the Valvoline Instant Oil Change pre-game show. And it looks like we're going to be having maybe a little bit of a delayed start here, as it is 5:10, projected to start 5:15, but looks like we're bringing out the Zamboni. But this is perfect because it allows me to set the table a little bit more, as it is the first game of the season. So we've got a lot to talk about. So this works out perfectly here on the pregame show. So let's continue on. We kind of just went over how these two programs have been in the past and in the last couple of years, and even last season as well. But now let's start talking about this season. What do they have coming back? And that is going to be the key, not only tonight, but the entire year. And looking at these rosters, I think this is going to be kind of an interesting kind of play on it. And we'll talk about kind of the breakdown of it. We'll start with that right away. But you got on the one end, you got Century. They have 8 seniors, 3 juniors, 4 sophomores, and 7 freshmen. This is going to be big on them of getting those underclassmen, those 11 underclassmen and 7 freshmen, to really just kind of get used to that varsity play. Last year, they had 4 freshmen. They're all back now, sophomores, and they were fantastic for them last year. Joanna Stromstead was one of them, Aubrey Hay, and then you can't talk about those magnificent sophomores without Morgan Rieger and as well as Macy Vigg. So this was a team last year that had 2 phenomenal freshmen that really were able to kind of right the ship there and really contribute right away as a freshman. Can't wait to see what they do as a sophomore. But now we even look now, you have 7 freshmen coming in this year. Will they have that same impact those 4 had last year in their first year of varsity? We will have to wait and see. If that's the case, this Century team could be very scary, but again, led by 4 incredible sophomores, and they've got some experience as well, a couple of seniors that are able to provide a nice kind of foundation for this Century team. You look at Petra Ugland, a senior forward, as well as Bella Walth, a senior forward. A couple of senior forwards kind of provide it, and then you got some senior defensemen. Lizzie Leduc, we'll talk about a little bit about her and a couple of the others later, but Ellie Horner, she'll be one of the goalies for them this season, and a senior that is going to be a big part of them in the net this year. Was kind of the backup last season, and now maybe could be into that starting role. So we'll have to wait and see if they could go kind of one goalie strongly, or if they decided to try to go with the rotation between her and Carly Graber. But overall should be fun. Petra Ugland and Lola Huber both not going to be suited up, and Nevaeh Dwyer. So a couple of seniors we talked about will not be suiting up, but other than that, should be a couple of seniors, but you got to keep an eye on those underclassmen for Century. On the end for the Mandan Braves, their breakdown pretty even. 6 seniors, 6 juniors, 4 sophomores, 1 freshman, but here's the little kicker here for you. 4 8th graders on this Mandan team. I'm excited to see how these 8th graders do, not only tonight but throughout the season, and how they can find a way to contribute for this Mandan team that found success last year. Again, 4th in the regular season, 6th at the state level, projected 5th this year. Those 8th graders going to have to be playing a big role, but overall they return a good chunk of production, and they a really nice core. Afton Langang is one of the part of that last year, led the way with 20 points, 10 goals, 10 assists, right around a point per game player. But she was overall, we'll talk about her a little bit more in depth, but Afton Langang's one of those players that can do it a little bit in everything, all the special teams units, 3 power play goals, a shorthanded goal, and really clutch as well. 3 game winners for Langang. She's back for her senior season, so keep an eye on 14 in the black and white tonight. They also bring back, again, we talked about 6 different seniors, but we talk about Langang, and then we'll talk about a couple other of those. Taya Myrie, she's another key contributor that's coming back. 18 points from last year, 9 goals, 9 assists. She had 1 assist versus Century last year. Then you move on over to a junior that is very capable of putting the puck in the back of the net, Adriana Kautzman. 9 goals, 8 assists as a sophomore last year, and she found some success against these Patriots a year ago. 2 goals against the Patriots in those 2 games, so not bad at all. So again, for the Patriots, they've kind of got a younger core, if you will. They have more seniors, but again, those sophomores had a big freshman campaigns last year. That's kind of their core, and for Mandan, that scoring core definitely going to be coming from those seniors and junior class for the Braves. Let's take a break, and when we come back, we'll talk a little bit more about key players, and then we'll start diving into goaltenders as well as keys and notes of the game coming your way on the Valvoline Instant Oil Change pregame show.
At Badlands Pet Crematory, we understand that pets are family. Unlike other crematories in the area, we are the only dedicated pet crematory that offers private individual cremation. 1 pet at a time, 100% guaranteed. From start to finish, we personally handle your pet with the utmost care, ensuring that you receive only your pet in return. Choose Badlands Pet Crematory, because saying goodbye should come with certainty and trust.
Rooted in the heart of our vibrant communities stands Brevera Bank, offering complete financial services for banking, wealth management, and insurance. From home loans and checking accounts,
let me tell you about the cashback rewards with this account,
to wealth management, we'll help you forge your path ahead.
Let's create a plan to reach your financial goals.
Sounds great.
With specialty insurance coverage, our advisors ensure your operation can carry on.
Looks like it's going to be a great harvest.
Breathe in.
I can't believe I wrecked my car.
There are some things in life we can't control, but what's important is how we respond. At Jerome's Collision Center, they provide the highest quality of service, assuring the job gets done stress-free and making it feel like a breath of fresh air. And to give you peace of mind, they handle the insurance.
Are you even a therapist?
Don't worry about it. Jerome's, they're the experts. Jerome's.
Spas Etc. is excited to introduce the addition of the Master Spas line, including the Michael Phelps Swim Spas. Enjoy the relaxing health benefits and enjoy 0% financing up to 72 months or up to $5,000 off on all spas and swim spas. You'll also find $2,000 off the MSRP on all pools and saunas. Come check out the outstanding lineup of Master Spas at Spas Etc.
Welcome back into the Valvoline Instant Oil Change pregame show on the PSP Network. Big thanks out to our sponsors making this game possible here tonight. Again, it's a doubleheader tonight, so after this girls' game concludes, stay tuned. We'll have the boys' game coming up right after between Century and Mandan. Big thanks out to Minot State. The best way to predict your future is to create it with over 100 areas of study at Minot State. You'll earn the degree for your career of your desire with more than 96% of recent Minot State grads employed or continuing their education. MSU grads get jobs, period. Minot State University. Be seen, be heard, be you. Well, we talked a little bit about some players and kind of how the class broke up a little bit. Now let's talk about the key players here tonight, or ones that we're really going to be spotlighting here on the PSP Network. And you know what? Let's start it off and bring out some graphics. We'll start it off with the visitors of Century Patriots. And the big one there, Macy Vig. That's the X factor for the Patriots last season. She comes back, and good, we talked about it. 4 different players made big contributions to the Century team as freshmen. They're now sophomores, 1 year of experience, and we'll see how that really progresses here. Macy Vig, 25 games played, almost scored a goal per game, 21 goals last year, 20 assists, 41 points. She also had 2 power play goals, 4 shorthanded goals, and 3 game winners for Vig as a freshman. We'll see what she does as a sophomore, and had some success against Mandan as well, 3 assists versus the Braves in that 2-game series a year ago. Well, joining Vig, another sophomore, Morgan Rieger. 10 goals, 10 assists, 20 points. She was 4th in all 3 of those categories from last year. She's now 2nd in returning in all those categories. 3 shorthanded goals, and had the game winner in overtime versus, you guessed it, Mandan last year. So Morgan Rieger, another one to keep an eye on. Then we'll go to a senior forward who will be making the start as well. Svea Dirk, as she is the top point totaling senior, 7 points last year, 6 of them were assists. Bella Wolf, a junior, 2 goals, 5 assists, 7 points last year. Joanna Stromstead, a sophomore, was tied for the most points from returning defenseman, 2 goals, 7 assists, 6 points last year. And Aubrey Hay was also tied for the most points for returning defenseman, also a sophomore. All 6 were assists. Elise Hansen, 5 points. Petra Uglin will not be playing today, but she had 5 points last year. Lizzie Leduc, 4 points. Lola Huber out of the lineup. She had 3 points last year, and those were your point totalers for last season for the Century Patriots. We'll talk about starters, but a little bit more in depth once we get to the starting lineups, but they will be Svea Dirk, as well as Elise Hansen, Bella Wolf, Sophia Ruby, Lizzie Leduc, and Ellie Horner. So that will be the starters for Century. In net, we talked about it there, Ellie Horner. She was a backup last year, 4 wins, 4 losses, and 8 appearances. Had a 90.7 save percentage, 2.74 goals allowed against average, and 225 saves. Against Notre Dame Academy last weekend, she had 9 saves on 10 shots, 90% save percentage. And then the other goalie there is Carly Graber. And she had, in her appearances, 5 saves on 6 shots. Graber was 2 wins, 0 losses in limited play as the 3rd string last year, and she's coming into her junior season. Talked about this, they've already played against Notre Dame Academy. They fell in that one 3 goals to none as the Hounds ended up scoring in a goal in each and every period in that one. And for that game, though, it was 6-9 in shots, then 9-3, 9-5. Century outshot the Hounds in that matchup, 24-17. But Notre Dame would score again, 1 goal in each period to win. The empty netter in the 3rd. Century went 0 for 4 on the power play, but the Hounds went 0 for 3. Again, all 3 goals, oddly enough, were scored in the final 2 minutes of each frame there in that one. Now we head on over to Mandan, talking about players to watch. And again, we'll talk about kind of that headliner returning for her senior season, Afton Langang. There's the graphic, about a point-per-game player last year, 26 games played, 10 goals, 10 assists, 20 points. And again, like we talked about, Macy Vig can contribute in different ways. 3 power play goals, a shorthanded goal, and has that clutch factor, 3 game winners. She also picked up a goal in a game against the Patriots last season there in Afton Langang. She is joined by Taya Myrie. She was 3rd in points last year, 2nd returning in points, 9 goals, 9 assists, 18 points. Adriana Kautzman, a junior, 9 goals, 8 assists, 17 points. She's the 3rd highest returning scorer. Abby Ross will be another one to keep an eye out on as the junior, 6 goals, 8 assists last year, 14 points. Dakota Swearingen, I believe she is one of the captains of this team. She's a junior, 4 goals, 9 assists, 13 points in her sophomore campaign. And Emmeline Brinks, one of the top returning defensive point getter, 2 goals, 5 assists last season. And other players that captured points that return, Brianna Bauman, 7 points. Tessa Rebenich had 7 as well. Avery Walker had 6 last year. Chloe Schmidt had 5. Cabry Weeks with 4 were the other scorers from last year. In net, it will be tonight, Layden Dobitz will be getting the call tonight as she will be in the jersey number 30. 8 wins, 4 losses last year as kind of that second goalie in that rotation. She had a 206 goals against average, 90.6 save percentage, 2 shutouts, 252 saves for Layden Dobitz last year. Had a little bit of a rough going last weekend against Notre Dame Academy. Had 3 saves on 5 shots, let 2 goals in, but they would go on to win that game as they were switching in goalies. Both teams did that about halfway through. Taylor Goldsman, who got her first varsity experience as just an 8th grader, so their backup's an 8th grader. She looked really good there against Notre Dame. 17 saves on 18 shots, 94 save percentage, allowing just 1 goal. And in that matchup against the Hounds there for Mandan, they outshot Notre Dame 25-23. Both teams had 3 penalties. Notre Dame was 0 for 3 on their power play unit. Mandan, though, netted a power play goal. It was 1 for 3. Mandan, though, trailed 3-1 late in the second period, but they would score in the closing seconds of the second to pull within 1 with a Cabry Weeks power play goal assisted by Abby Ross and Brianna Bauman. And then late in the third, the Braves would score 2 goals in the final 5 minutes to win the game 4-3, scoring with 4:22 left by Abby Ross, assisted by Afton Langang. And 15 seconds later, Adriana Kautzman, the junior, got one assisted by Dakota Swearingen and Taya Myrie. So both these two teams, again, have played the same team to start out the year. And Mandan picked up the win. Century picked up the loss. But again, talking about shots on goal, it was very even in that matchup for Mandan, 25-23. For Century, they ended up out-shooting Notre Dame by 7 shots, 24-17. And that's just sometimes hockey. Sometimes you can get more shots on than your opponent and sometimes really outshoot your opponent. But sometimes the result just doesn't follow. But you just got to keep on shooting that puck and hopefully get a rebound opportunity or get kind of one of those goofy bounces to fall your way. And as the starters are kind of going on your screen, do want to talk about some of these keys to the game tonight before we get going. And for Century, you want to score early. I mean, you were shut out against Notre Dame last week, and you want to see that puck go in the back of the net. So score early if you're the Patriots, and then play whistle to whistle. You allowed a goal in the final 2 minutes each period. So it's one of those things where you want to close out each period strong and not allow one of those goals to try to, kind of change what the thought process was going in before getting into the halftime locker room. So those are kind of your keys there for Century. For Mandan, use your experience to your advantage. You have a lot of seniors and juniors, especially that forward group, that have a lot of varsity experience. Use that to your advantage, especially when you get put on the opposite side with some of those sophomore and freshman lines of Century. Take advantage on the power play. Mandan 1 for 3 on the power play versus Notre Dame Academy. They went 0 for 6 on the power play against the Patriots last year. And Century did have 4 penalties last weekend against the Hounds, so could be an opening there for Mandan. And it's finish the job. This Mandan team was so close to beating Century a couple times last year. They led 3-0 against Century at home, but would end up falling in that one, and then they also fell in an overtime game against Century where they led in that one too. So for them, if you're up, you got to finish the job and stay up front. If you're Mandan, you got to keep your pedal to the metal. You cannot let potential leads slip away against the Patriots. We know they have the scoring capability to come back at any point in time. Taking a look at how these two teams again did last year, Mandan scored about 2.6 goals per game and gave up about 1.8. And those marks, again, top half of the state. For Century, they scored a little bit more, 3.6 goals per game. That was second best in the state, but they gave up a few more goals as well, 2.2 per game. That was 6th in the state. Power play units last year, about a 2% in the positive there for Century. Penalty kill percentage, about 3%, a little better on the Century side as well. So this one should be a fun one. And it's always fun because now you have a lot of key players that end up graduating on both sides. Who will be the new key contributors? Maybe players that didn't have a ton of ice time last year, or maybe this is their first time at the varsity level, and what type of those players of what they will bring to the table. Again, Century swept Mandan last year, 5-4 overtime win as in Mandan, and then a 4-3 win in Bismarck. So both games last year came at the hands of a one-goal contest, both by Century. Will that continue on, or will Mandan put a stop to it and try to go 2-0 to start their season here in the 2025-2026 campaign? Well, we'll find that out and more here shortly on the PSP Network, but it is time for tonight's National Anthem.
Attention as we honor our nation with the playing of our national anthem.
That was tonight's National Anthem here on the PSP Network, and when we come back, it's puck drop for the first time on the 2025-2026 campaign.
For decades, Nodak Insurance Company has been serving our state's residents in good times and challenging times. We come together for the greater good, from simple acts of kindness to company-wide efforts that make a difference in our community. It's who we are, rooted in North Dakota and ready to serve when it matters most. Nodak Insurance Company, agents with answers.
Darren Johnson, Cody Olson, and Scott Wilk.
It is time for puck drop between Mandan and Century, a part of a doubleheader tonight here on the PSP Network. We are ready and rolling here at the Starry and Bake Sports Complex. Hansen starting on that DN. She's got it there in her own zone. It's taken away. Centering pass. Weeks fires a shot. That one goes high for Mandan. Week tonight's starting lineups for both teams at the next stoppage. Loose puck. Here comes Weeks again. She flips another one near into the behind the crease it goes. Scooped up by Ross. Ross works it to the blue line. Fired back in by Brinks. Ross has it taken away by LeDuc, but cannot quite clear it right now. Mandan pressuring, but they're going to go back for a line change. Let's see if the Patriots can find a way to exit. They cannot. Pressuring there is Afton Langang on the forecheck before finally flipping it away was Dirk for the Patriots. Mandan keeps it firing and going on the line change. Trying to rifle a shot from a tough angle there is Dakota Swearingen. Swearingen again, the captain for these Braves, has pushed in by Avery Walker. Behind the net to Myrie. Swearingen use her skating ability, gets back to the puck. Patriots having a tough time getting it out of their own zone, but now they will just momentarily into the neutral zone, but Braves take advantage. Take it away from Rieger, and now they're trying to set back up before Matson seals it away. Matson tries to center a pass, no one home. Coming in late from a line change, keeping it in momentarily, but back out into the neutral zone. Braves have continued to have this kind of early momentum. Myrie chips it in, a dump and chase. Controlled by Aubrey Hay. Hay works it into Macy Vig. She gets pushed into the boards and flip it down for an icing. Let's meet tonight's starting lineups that you saw at puck drop. It was Layden Dobitz in net, and the defensive group of Cabry Weeks, as well of Emmeline Brinks. Abby Ross, Afton Langang, and Brenna Bauman were the starters for the Braves. For the Century Patriots, it was Faye Dirk, as well as Elise Hansen, Bella Wolf, Sophia Ruby, Lizzie Leduc, and Ellie Horner. Those are your starters here tonight, and we're back and going. Century works it down quickly, centers a pass, and it is in! A goal for Peyton Swenson. And again, that was Swenson from McNally. The Patriots weathered the storm. They're saying it's unassisted, but we'll take a look at that one maybe a little bit later. It said that McNally, so maybe it was not touched by Swenson if that is the case. So McNally, I think, will get the goal. We'll take a look at that next stoppage on the instant replay, but here comes Braves trying to quickly fire one back in. Ross just fanning on the attack wide. 14:35, and again, the Braves brought the pressure early. Patriots weathered the storm for the first minute and a half, and then got the opportunity for the freshman line. They've center another one, just missing the connection with Matson. Eliana Matson, another freshman. These freshman Pats have put on quite the display early on. Avery Walker fishes one off the board, finds Ross trying to push it up, but here comes the Patriots again, steal one away. Braves now working into the neutral zone with Afton Langang. The senior will chip it off the boards and will leave it along for Avery Walker to chase after. Getting it out of the slot for the Patriots was Larson. As Swenson, who helped kind of start off that goal, really set it up well with her, and McNally has the puck now. Swenson leaves it to McNally. Here she goes. She'll backhand one into the corner of the rink. A little dump and chase. She'll win the chase. Puck goes back to the Patriots. Stays right there. They will pressure. Trying to box it in is Swenson. Fires, keeping in the line. Great work there by Scheibele. Collision behind the netminder, Adobitz. As the Braves will exit into the neutral zone and off and running with Kautzman. She is held up, and it comes in out of a delay, a penalty for Century. Delayed penalty coming up for Century, and let's take a look at what made this game 1-0 here on the PSP Network. Again, here comes McNally on the backhand, fires one, and again, not sure if that touched or not off of Swenson, but great work by the freshman duo. Here comes a power play unit. We talked about that as our keys to the game for Mandan. They were 1 for 3 last week against Notre Dame on the special teams unit. They'll see if they can find the back of the net to try to even this one up on their first power play try of the night. And their first power play opportunity of the state season. Again, these games matter on the points to state. I know it's early on in the season, but hey, every game pretty much matters from this point. Working it in is Ross. Ross slips it back, some quick passing. Here's a little saucer pass. Oh, just hitting the side of the net there on a nice shot for Brinks. Brinks loses control. That one poked into the neutral zone. Some nice forechecking unit there of Bella Wolf. Trying to provide that pressure, and here comes a puck that pinballs and allows the Patriots to send it back in with Dirk and get a line change. 1:04 left on the power play. 104 on the power play. Langang fires one. That one is easily controlled by Horner. Let's take a look on the instant replay brought to you by Ryan Family Dealerships. This is a nice try here for Mandan on the power play. Here comes Brinks. Gets on kind of a delayed one-timer. Had to kind of control that puck maybe a little longer than she wanted to and just sends it nearsided. But a great opportunity, seeing if they can keep them coming with 41 seconds left on the power play. Quick play out to Swearingen. She'll try to put one in front of the net. Will not get a deflection to go. Working it back to Swearingen is Walker. Swearingen fires from the dot. A lot of traffic up in front. Puck still loose. Another effort, and it's gobbled up once more by Horner. A strong power play barrage for the Braves, but Horner and the Pats somehow, someway, keep it out. Right there, robs the Braves right in the slot. It was a perfect opportunity for Mandan, but Horner and the Pats stay up by one. 11:28 remaining in period number one. 13 seconds on the power play for Mandan. Swearingen cannot quite center in a pass. Here comes Larson, trying to make it a 2-on-1 with McNally. Larson will fire one wide. Down the near side of the net it goes. Just missing the net, but they are going to continue to work as Larson. Larson fires one, a slow roller, as Layden Dobitz covers it up. Shots right now favoring Mandan 4-1. Make that 4-2 Mandan. They will put that one a shot on goal. Just kind of a slow roller. Getting Patriots scored on their first shot of the game. Patriots trying to set something up. Hey, zigzags, opens up some space. That one whistles on the blocker side of Dobitz. This one hits some posts there. Maybe Dobitz got a piece of it with the twig. Dancing around with its Brinks. She spins right into traffic. Runs into Dirk, who pokes that puck loose. They'll joust on the far side for the puck. Will squirt loose onto the stick of Weeks as she'll try to push tempo to Barrett. Barrett backhands one. Near the Patriots bench. Little dump and chase opportunity for the Braves. Cannot quite seal the zone and allow Weeks just to fire back one in. Dump and chase allows everyone to tag back up, and actually the Braves going to decide to go for a line change, and the Patriots will ice it down. Trying to win out that race there was Macy Vig. Quite the effort, and have had a fun start to this one. 7 minutes down, 10 more to go in period number one, and have already had quite the excitement to start here on the 2025-2026 girls hockey campaign here in the state of North Dakota. It's always fun when you get two rivals to start the season, because not only do you have the excitement and all that, the season starting, but then you got that anticipation of knowing who you're going to be playing to start as well. Ross works it on her backhand. She'll leave it off in the corner, and it looks like we got another delayed penalty. We'll see what box opens up, and it's going to be another power play opportunity for Mandan. So Shibley, 2 minutes tripping, will put Mandan on their second power play. Last one developed a couple of good chances, but could not find the back of the net. We'll see what happens on this power play chance for the home team. Langang, they perk it around, back to Walker at the top. She'll play it down to Myrie. Works it left to right behind the net. Mandan trying to clear it. Will get past Swearingen, but keeping it in the neutral zone. Now having to delay some time as Walker. A big forecheck effort for Matson, and will poke it in onto the Braves side as they will have to reconvene and try again. Great forecheck work here for the Patriots. Nice little dangle on the upper side for Kautzman. Kautzman waiting for her teammates. Now saucers one in behind the net. They're patient here on this power play. Swearingen gonna fire a shot. It's blocked by the Patriots and cleared down. A block shot for Elise Hansen, the junior defenseman. And now racing on the other end is Larson. She wins the race. Larson centers a pass. McNally is robbed there by Dobitz. A penalty kill opportunity for the Patriots. And it's just hustle effort for that Century team. And then just patiently waiting there was McNally in the slot. Good save by Dobitz, keeping this a one-goal game. Again, on the second power play opportunity for the Braves. 54 seconds on this one. But the Patriots on defense being more aggressive this time around. It's led into a nice penalty kill opportunity, shorthanded opportunity there. Brinks now will try to do-si-do her away around Peyton Swenson. Does just that. Nice passing here for Mandan, working it up easily up the ice. Now seeing if they can get into a danger opportunity. They try to leave one in for Ross. Now in the slot. Fanning on that first attempt was Chloe Schmidt. Schmidt trying to kind of lunge towards that one to keep in the zone clear once again by the Patriots. 15 seconds to go on the man advantage for the Braves. As the Patriots got fresh legs. Waiting to get out of the box here is Scheibele. And she is out and quickly changes full strength for the Patriots. 7:45 remaining in the opening frame. Patriots lead 1-0. And now they'll push it up with Matson. Eliana Matson has that one poked away, but right place, right time was Hansen. Playing it around, picked up by the Braves. Swearingen plays one off the boards, but kept in by the Patriots. Trying to play one near the slot. Danger opportunity. Dobitz quickly gets there. Keeping it a one-goal game. Again, you just joining us. Mandan came out of the gate swinging early in the first minute and a half. The Patriots weathered the storm, and then a pair of freshmen make things happen. McNally centers a pass. A lot of traffic. It goes in the back of the net. Not sure if Peyton Swenson got it or if it was off of a Brave, but either way, one of the freshmen ended up scoring the first goal for the Patriots this season and puts them up early 1-0 against the rival Mandan. Barrett pushed against the boards, trying to come away out of the pile with it. Instead, it's going to be her teammate Peyton Swearingen. Trying to work it around on the bench side, but the Patriots not going to allow anything to happen on that end as well. 5-4 on shots favoring Mandan, so pretty close on that accord. They've also had 2 power play chances compared to 0. So Mandan's led on that, but so far short-handed has not been an issue for the Patriots. Now they'll get their first power play opportunity coming up, a delayed penalty, as they're going to quickly get the goalie out and try to get an extra attacker in, but it's going to be an icing, so Horner, after just getting off, will have to get back on the ice. So a Mandan penalty. It's going to be their first on the day. Going to come on the way of Taya Myrie, the senior. And after seeing 2 short-handed stints on the opposite side of the power play, now they'll have the man advantage with Century. See how their power play unit looks. Rieger fires a shot, but quickly whistled, and we've got a penalty for a hooking. And it looks like it's going to be on the Patriots, so the man advantage lasts a total of 6 seconds, and it's going to be on Macy Vigg. So we'll basically get 2 full minutes of 4-on-4. So 4-on-4 play for the next 154. And the puck will work its way to the Mandan side. Quick passing will work it out to Brinks at the blue line. Brinks works it to her right to Schmidt, but she has it poked away. Stolen away by Matson. Eliana Matson works on the left side, flips a shot, glove save by Dobitz, and she does a little dance party as well. Dobitz feeling good after that save. Robbing Matson. Here it is. Watch the little dance at the end. Here's the little shimmy, a little shake. Hey, hockey season's back. Of course it's time to party. Face off, give it on to Century. Dirk, the captain for the Patriots, has it poked away. She's trying to get it back. Some nice work there for Mandan by Afton Langang. A couple of experienced seniors on opposite sides having to kind of battle it back. But both of those are captains as well for their respective teams. Langang finds a way to get it to Ross. Ross centers a pass, no one home. Now Weeks trying to keep it in the slot there for Mandan. Puck works its way to the far corner. Then 4-on-4, so plenty of ice to work with now for both these two teams when they have it in the offensive zone. 58 seconds left on the 4-on-4, and there'll be about 6 seconds of time for Mandan as that puck can go all the way down for an icing. Shots are even, 5-5 with just over 5 minutes remaining here in period number 1. Again, thanks for joining us on the PSP Network. Can't thank our sponsors enough. Big shout out to Northern Plains Heating and Air, BSN, Farstead Oil, and the Aggie Foundation for being part of tonight's broadcast. Play back to Chloe Schmidt. Gets a redirection, but redirects just to the right of the net. Be scooped up well by Hay, who brings it up the ice. Hay with her white stick works it on over. You don't see a lot of the white sticks, see a lot of black sticks being used, but every now and then you'll see different colors. Hayes got one of them. She'll chip it into the far corner. Falling on there is McNally. McNally's had a strong start here in her first state appearance game as a freshman. As her and Larson putting on quite the showing here so far. Kind of that freshman line has been really good for the Patriots. 5 seconds left on the 4-on-4. There's going to be a last opportunity on it for the Braves. Pushing strongly here is Rubinich. 4 seconds on the power play for them. She waits for some extra help. Avery Walker trying to help her. Walker trying to find a way to get this puck away from Hay. But it's Vig who comes out of the penalty box with the puck. 4 minutes left for the first period. She stopped in her track by alternate captain Gabby Weeks. And now will pin ball around back to Vig. Vig, little dump pass to Matson, fires a shot. Oh, that one just over the net. A good opportunity, but now it's end-to-end action. Mandan with an opportunity of their own. Hitting the brakes is Kautzman. Kautzman, a low shot. Oh, redirects, but no one's home. Off the rebound opportunity. Swearingen will play it into the near corner. Plays it around the netting as the Patriots seeing if they can get another rally to go. Weeks to Kautzman, just off on the pass to Ross. Ross fighting back for it. Kautzman, an alternate captain for Mandan, pokes it back into the Century zone. 3:15 remaining in period number 1. Ross keeps that stick low, gets to deflect it, but stays with the Patriots as they'll chip it back in with Elise Hansen. A hard collision there in the corner as the Braves will just send it back over to the Patriots, who are in the middle of a substitution. Now, I'm not sure if that will be called here, if that's something on that end. And I believe the door is opening. And it is too many men on the ice. It was just an unfortunate kind of roll of the cards there for the Patriots, where they were in that process of getting a line change, and that puck was right there at their bench in that process and makes contact, too many men. And now that is the 4th penalty for the Patriots, a number that, as this game goes on, they do not want to keep on giving the Braves power play opportunity after power play opportunity. Seeing if they can try to get that monkey off their back, so to speak, trying to get that extra man attacking goal here, the power play opportunity. The play on to Swearingen. Swearingen in the slot, and it is gobbled up on the save for Ellie Horner, the senior. Makes the save. Again, she was solid last year as kind of that number 2 option. 4 wins, 4 losses, 2.74 goals against average. Had about a 91 save percentage, even had a shutout last year. 2:32 left, 1:33 on the power play. Brings to Swearingen. trying to cycle it down low. Nice little pass by Kautzman. Kautzman plays it on to Myrie. Swearingen has it on the near circle. Back to Myrie it goes. He'll play tic-tac-toe back to Swearingen. Swearingen, a hard pass on the opposite side. Kautzman will have to circle back around. Puck is deflected and poked out of the zone by Matson. Matson with another breakaway opportunity. Matson hard to the head, and it is in. Eliana Matson, a second freshman goal for the Patriots. A short-handed goal for the freshman, nonetheless. Her first varsity goal, taking it hard to the net. And Matson makes it 2-0 Pats. 1:58 remaining. Eliana Matson unassisted on a short-handed opportunity. Short-handed goal. We talked about, hey, you cannot be giving a Mandan 4 power play chances, but right now the Patriots have played some really good hockey short-handed as well. It's kind of like it's unfazed for them here tonight. Weeks finds Revenich, who gets denied. Another nice save for Horner. Loose puck. Scoop back by Ross. Ross to Brinks. Back to Ross it goes. They'll play tic-tac-toe, trying to work it back around. Ross cycles it. Weeks trying to win to keep it in on the blue line. It does stay in. They will say it stayed in, and now here comes another opportunity for Schmidt. Schmidt tries to dangle into the slot with 1:13 left, 15 seconds left on the extra man. A man up here for the Braves. Dirk, the captain, milking out the last seconds of the Mandan power play. A quick little change, and they're at full strength. Another successful penalty kill, and here's another nice save for Horner. Keeping the Patriots up 2-0. Well, it has been the freshman party here for Century. Roll out the red carpet. Yeah, Adriana McNally, I think, who got credited with that first goal. It was going to be hers or Peyton Swenson, both freshmen, and then that last goal, Eliana Matson. So it is a freshman on display. We talked about it, 7 freshmen. They need to have some impact as the season goes on. Well, hey, they've started this season with a bang, and that is for sure. Had a really good showing so far with Swenson, Larson, McNally. Probably missing a freshman or two that's made some big plays. 38 seconds left before they head to the locker rooms for the first time and head into intermission number 1. Shots right now favor Mandan, who trails they lead the shots 9-6, but trail on the scoreboard 2-0. Working it back to Matson. She's already scored once. Trying to have that extra pass to Vig, just out of reach of Macy. Matson. Back to Vig, trying to extra pass out to Rieger. Delayed penalty coming up. Horner works her way to the bench. And they do get an extra attacker on for the last 13 seconds, but they will fire it out of play. And Horner will have to go back into the crease for the last 11 seconds for the Patriots. Mandan will be charged with their second penalty. 2 minutes for body checking, going to be going up against Brenna Bauman. So if they cannot score these next 11 seconds for the Patriots, they'll start on the power play for period number 2. Svea Dirk wins it off. Svea Dirk now works it across into back of the net. Nice work here on the end of Walt. Walt comes away with the pack, but time will expire. And that will put a close out to period number 1. As the Century Patriots, despite being outshot 9-6, lead on the scoreboard. 2 goals to none after the first 17 minutes of play. And for the Patriots, they will start period number 2 on the power play with 1:49 left on the Bauman penalty. But before we get to the second period, the first intermission coming up on your way here on the PSP Network when we return.
Planning for the future is difficult, but pre-planning your funeral is a thoughtful way to ease the burden on your loved ones. At Stevenson Funeral Home, our compassionate team will help you create a personalized plan that reflects your values. We'll make sure that your wishes are honored and that your family will have peace of mind in a challenging time. Call us today to start your pre-planning journey. You can count on us to be with you every step of the way. Stevenson Funeral Home.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
Dakota Community Bank and Trust, your trusted partner for commercial and business loans. We not only provide lending you need to grow your business, but we also reinvest in our communities. We believe in strengthening our businesses and creating opportunities for success. Choose Dakota Community Bank and Trust for your commercial and business loans, and together let's keep our communities thriving.
Serving the community, looking out for you. At Dakota Community Bank and Trust, that's what we do.
Planning for the future is difficult, but pre-planning your funeral is a thoughtful way to ease the burden on your loved ones. At Stevenson Funeral Home, our compassionate team will help you create a personalized plan that reflects your values. We'll make sure that your wishes are honored and that your family will have peace of mind in a challenging time. Call us today to start your pre-planning journey. You can count on us to be with you every step of the way. Stevenson Funeral Home.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives.
We started with small beginnings. And just like the visionary entrepreneurs we serve, we turned an idea into reality. Today, we give you the power to grow your ideas by building meaningful relationships in the communities we serve. Because it's the same place we started. BNC National Bank, where possibilities begin right here at home.
At Ryan Buick GMC, we treat every day like game day.
1.2-liter turbo engine, ultra-wide screen.
1.2-liter turbo engine, ultra-wide screen, on 2. Ready?
We know how to get you in the right vehicle.
Canyons, and hut, hut.
From the test drive to the handoff, we make every step easy. This season, start your drive at Ryan Buick GMC. At Ryan Buick GMC, we treat every day like game day.
1.2-liter turbo engine, ultra-wide screen.
1.2-liter turbo engine, ultra-wide screen, on 2. Ready?
We know how to get you in the right vehicle.
Canyons, and hut, hut.
From the test drive to the handoff, we make every step easy. This season, start your drive at Ryan Buick GMC.
Nobody thinks about personal injury until it happens. But when injury strikes, so will your bills and the turmoil and everything you'll miss out on. It's a mess and you need someone to help it all make sense. That someone is Schweigert, Clemene, and McBride. We know the territory and the process, and we work smart and hard to get you results. It's easier to get back to normal knowing there's a team behind you. We're the ones the other side doesn't want you to call. We're on your side. We're Schweigert, Clemene, and McBride.
For decades, Nodak Insurance Company has been serving our state's residents in good times and challenging times. We come together for the greater good, from simple acts of kindness to company-wide efforts that make a difference in our community. It's who we are, rooted in North Dakota and ready to serve when it matters most. Nodak Insurance Company, agents with answers.
Darren Johnson, Cody Olson, and Scott Wilkins, your agents with answers in Mandan.
Welcome back in here to the PSP Network. I'm Brock Widener as the Century Patriots lead over the Mandan Braves 2-0 here in the first part of tonight's doubleheader in the girls contest, and then we'll have the boys go head-to-head after this one. Both of them will be right here on the PSP Network. But let's jump right in to the first period and kind of how this one all shook out in period number 1. Mandan came out of the gates swinging. I thought they had a lot of great energy here to start, especially in front of their home fans and their home rink. And the first minute and a half, it was just relentless. They got the buck down there in the Patriots zone, and the Patriots were trying to get it out of the zone. They just could not, and it was just Mandan just relentless there. But once the Patriots got it out, it allowed for kind of a breakaway opportunity and a nice opportunity on the end for the Patriots. And here is what we'll take a look at it now. Here it is, the first goal of the season for the Patriots. And it is going to come by the way of McNally. I thought it was Swenson because she kind of made that swing at the puck. But again, no, it looks like it is going to be on the side of McNally. She was the one that was celebrating in the middle. So McNally ends up pinning it potentially off of a Brave and in the net to make it again a 1-0 hockey game favoring the visitors. Now let's head on over to after that. Then you had a couple of different power play opportunities for Mandan. Mandan had 4 power play opportunities. Now one, yes, was a kind of a 4-on-4, but they went 0 for 4 on the power play, and the Patriots ended up picking up a short-handed goal. We'll show that clip on the next side of the second part of the intermission show, but it was an absolute beauty. It was a short-handed goal. It was the Mandan was pressuring, and the puck goes away, and it's another freshman, Eliana Matson. She takes it, works to her backhand, plays it in, making it 2-0 short-handed, and adding up for the Patriots. They're up 2-0, and they will start with the man advantage, a minute 49 on the power play to start period number 2. So for the Patriots, they put themselves in a nice spot at the end of the first period. And for them, it was really just some really nice play from the freshmen. I've been really impressed with that trio of freshmen, Peyton Swenson, Ashlyn Larson, and Audrina McNally, those, as well as Eliana Matson, a quartet of freshmen, might I add. So 4 different freshmen that have had really good starts to this contest and to their freshman campaign. So keep an eye on, again, those 4 of Swenson, Larson, McNally, and Matson. They had a really good first period. Let's see what they continue to bring to the table for this Century squad. And again, then you've got kind of the sophomores that were big freshmen last year. Macy Vig, Morgan Rieger. I thought they had a great start to this contest as well. Ellie Horner, she's made some nice stops. There was a couple different kind of danger zone chances there for Mandan, and Horner was able to gobble them up. 9 saves, perfect 9 for 9 is Horner, the senior netminder for the Patriots, keeping her team up 2-0. For Mandan, like the play there of Kiabri Weeks. I think she's had some really nice opportunities from the blue line. Abby Ross has been really working down low, kind of in the trenches there in the corner. You've seen some nice flashes there of kind of those skilled players. Adriana Kautzman, Swearingen, Langang, miry. But now it's just going to be trying to put it together and seeing if they get another opportunity on the power play, seeing if they can find one in the back of the net. Layden Dobitz allowed that for the first shot on her to go through, but other than that, looked really solid. Had that breakaway short-handed one get past her, but not much you can do there, especially with that speed and go to the backhand there for Matson. Thought Dobitz has done a pretty solid job in that as well for the sophomore. And again, this is a Mandan team that has some young netminders on the season with her as well as Goldman, a sophomore and 8th grader. So we can see how they continue to develop throughout the season. Let's take another break here on the PSP Network. More to come on the Charbonneau Car Center Intermission show. When we come back, we'll take a look at that goal from Eliana Matson, and we'll let you know what the keys to period number 2 will be for these two teams. Again, Century leads it 2-0 over Mandan.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
The Jersey Mike's catering box is the easiest way to feed your friends. The hard part is picking your sub. That's why we're having a draft. With the first pick, Sarah from Carolina selects number 13, the original Italian.
You know, I trusted my gut, and that's exactly where the sub's gonna go, so.
Hold on, we've got a trade. Jake traded his second pick with me, because I'm starved.
Freshly sliced subs to go, wherever you and your friends go. Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
As we come back in, again, this is the goal that made it 2-0. Eliana Matson. Excuse me, that was the one she fired wide. I grabbed the wrong one, but there's a little celebration there on a nice save for Layden Dobitz. We'll get that other one probably a little bit later on, but again, Matson had not only one, but 2 nice chances. That one there was robbed by Dobitz. She ended up getting her second kind of nice opportunity to go into the back of the net. Well, now let's take a look on over kind of for your keys to the second period for these two teams. And for the Patriots, they've got the lead. They are being outshot, but that's not anything to be worried about either. But for the Patriots, for them, it's just staying out of the penalty box. You gotta stop kind of going on that disadvantage. Yes, you have a shorthanded goal, and you have not allowed a power play goal for Mandan, but you don't want to keep on playing with fire, so to speak. Eventually, you might get burned. So it's one of those things for Century. You want to clean up those penalties. One of them, especially that too many men on the ice, that was just kind of one of those unfortunate kind of timing things where the puck was on one end of the ice. They were trying to get a line change, and the puck gets cleared down and hits one of them in the process of getting changed off the ice. And that's one of those things where you can't really take into accord on that. But for them, you do want to try to stay out of the penalty box, play that 5-on-5 hockey for the Patriots. You got the lead. Now you just do not want to let the Braves get back into it. So again, for them, that's kind of their big key. And for Mandan, it's going to keep on shooting that puck. For them, it's one of those things. They lead right now 9-6. The more you shoot, the better chances you have of getting one to trickle in. And once you get one, sometimes those goals come in bunches. For them, it's going to, again, first of all, it's killing this penalty. Second of all, then get back on that offense. Don't hang your head off that first period. You won the shots on goal battle. Now you just got to try to work your way back in on the scoreboard as, again, Century leads 2-0. Those were your keys to the second period. And that's coming your way here after a short break on the PSP Network.
We want it all. We want our dog to fetch it.
Drop it.
And drop it.
Clean it.
We want to fix it ourselves. And actually fix it. We want to order the market price lobster. And know the market price of the lobster.
How much is... Whatever the market says.
Sadly, we can't have it all. except at Sport Clips, where we check in with the pros in men's hair and totally check out with pure, uninterrupted relaxation. Sport Clips. It's a game changer.
Period number 2. We are ready and rocking. Here inside the Starion Sports Complex, I'm Brock Widener. Second period on our way. Braves now moving right to left, Patriots left to right, and again Century having a $144 on the power play to start the second period. Vig plays one back to Dirk, back to Vig it goes. That was Madsen there that had the puck. She's in trying to work for it now. Madsen already has one goal. Both goals have came from a pair of freshmen for the Patriots. Here in the contest, Stromstead plays it around to Madsen. Madsen on the near side. Works it to Hay. The sophomore back. A little back and forth action between Hay and Madsen. Hay. Back to Madsen it goes once more. This time we pressured. Rieger now scoops it up. She'll dance on the near circle. Hey, an extra pass to Stromstead. Tries to fire one through traffic. Backhand opportunity by Madsen. And it's saved by Dobitz. Here it is, a nice little setup on the power play for the Patriots. Hey, with that extra pass to Stromstead. Kind of gets blocked up front. Madsen has an opportunity. It's denied by Dobitz. And keeps Mandan within 2. Face off one. Madsen plays it on to Stromstead. Here comes Vig trying to run the quarterback on the power play unit. She zigzags to the left, leaves one back on to Stromstead. Trying to play one near the slot. That one comes up empty. Doesn't even get a redeflection there. Little give and go opportunity. Vig just a little off cue, and it'll be sent back by Weeks across the ice. Again in the second period, you got that long change. It's not those quick change. You have to skate all the way on the opposite side of the ice to get a change, and that definitely going to be wear and tear, especially when you're short-handed. So that's where this period is the one you really want to play clean at. As again, these Braves have not got off the ice on this short-handed 2 minutes to start the period. Looks like it was played down, and they'll work it on over to neutral. Wait a second here, and we might be having a Century penalty, and yes, we will. So Elise Hansen will head on over to the penalty box. Again, Century looks like they will go 0 for 2 on their first power plays. And this is the 5th opportunity for the Braves. Again, that was our key to the second period for Century. You want to stay out of the penalty box. You had 4 penalties in period number 1. You killed all of them, and you scored a shorthanded goal. But will the Braves now get what they want? Trying to get cooking here in the second period. Their 5th opportunity with a man advantage. Myrie to the backhand. Now plays it up to Kautzman. Walker. One-timer to Swearingen. A quick save by Horner. Just shrugged the shoulder. What a save. We'll have to keep an eye on that one. We'll save that one up for the next break. What a save for Horner. That might have been the best scoring opportunity for Mandan here tonight. And Horner somehow gets a piece of it. Swearingen to Myrie, back to Swearingen. Quick passes right here for Mandan. Putting on some precision. Walker to Kautzman. Plays it into the corner for Myrie. She works her way out of it, back to Walker. Shot is blocked. Walker trying to keep it alive and eventually be poked away by Juliet Orr. She was the one to block it. Fanning on it, getting the puck right back is Larson. Larson, the shot, and scoring is McNally, her 2nd on the night. The freshmen do it again. 3 goals, 3 from freshmen, and a 2nd short-handed goal for the Patriots. Here it is on the instant replay. It is all about that forecheck. And boom, nice shot there. Her second on the night for McNally. That one coming on the way with 13:52 remaining. Adrena McNally. Larson gets the assist. Another short-handed goal. 3-0 Century. Weeks for the blue line. A lot of traffic up front. Puck is still loose. Goes to the far side. Working a way out of it, there is Brinks. Full strength, so a fifth penalty killed for the Patriots. And for them, hey, you killed 5 penalties, but you've also scored on 2. So 2 for 5 the short-handed goal opportunities there for the Patriots. You don't see that very often. And that's been the big difference maker. They've had the penalties go against them, but the short-handed opportunities go for them, and that's where they lead 3-0. Sports are a funny thing. Sometimes the statistics don't make any sense, but hey, that's why we like them so much, as here we go, back on the other end. Dirk, the captain, has that one go away from her, but the Patriots will keep it in, and they're on the Mandan side with Wolf. Wolf battling hard as a couple players trip up into the corner. Wolf and Dirk. Wolf picks it back up, has the puck on a squirt loose on the blue line. 12:36 remaining in period number 2. Starting to become a packed house, at least on the sides here at the Star Sports Complex. Now you got the boys coming up right after, part of this Mandan Century doubleheader. Stromstead plays it back to Shively. It's taken away. Shot fired wide by Barrett. Another opportunity on the wraparound. Not going to quite go for Mandan. Mandan, though, going to keep it coming. Another one that just easily brushed aside by Horner. Puck goes down the length of the ice. Ref puts up his hand, and that's an icing. Let's take a look again at the instant replay. Big thanks out to Ryan Family Dealerships, bringing you the replays tonight. For 50 years, Ryan has been a trusted name for car buyers in Western North Dakota. Shop their entire inventory at driveryan.com. Visit one of their locations in Minot or in Williston. Again, that was the goal there from Adrena McNally, her second goal on the night for the freshman, assisted by fellow freshman Ashlyn Larson. Second short-handed goal for the Patriots on the night as well. Coming out of the pile with it is Langang. Langang works, trying to dangle her way. Past couple Patriots, loose puck, fired by Bauman. Into the corner, Mandan will keep possession. Bauman going to fire another one. It pinballs out in front, right onto the stick of Matson. Matson now looking for her second goal. She's had 2 really good opportunities. One as she found the back of the net. See if she can find that again. Hay delays on the shot. She'll circle around a defender. Hay dances around, fires one high. Up and over the head of the outstretched arms of Obitz. Quick passing here. Matson centers one. Not going to quite get to the destination it was hoping for, but she'll continue to work. Matson plays it back to Orr. Orr finds Swenson. Pushed against the boards. Wraps around behind the crease of Obitz. Little delayed pass there off the board there from Schmidt, as Century has kept the pressure applied. Losing control of the puck there was Bauman. They will find it and send it in. Here comes a race for the puck. Abby Ross trying to get on her high horse. Trying to beat Hay to the punch, but Hay will get there and play it up to Dirk. Dirk denied. Going any further by Brinks, as Brinks pokes it out. Here comes Kautzman. Fires a shot. Saved by Horner. Nice opportunity for the Braves. There's a nice play there by Kautzman. Shot. Great placement, great framing there by the netminder for the Patriots, Ellie Horner. who so far has stopped all 10 shots, or 13 shots, excuse me, that she's been faced with tonight. Bella Wolf goes into the area with 3 black jerseys. That's going to be poked loose and back into the neutral zone. Now falls onto the Century side. 4 checks coming in hot and heavy for Mandan. They'll come away with the puck. Walker chips one off the boards. It's stopped by Dirk. Trying to quickly get there, but the puck now going to go back to Mandan. Here comes Swearingen. She'll circle back around, waiting for her teammates. Now fires a shot, almost redeflected. The puck goes in the back of the net, but it was whistled beforehand. Maybe an early whistle. We'll let you be the judge. I guess maybe you won't be able to hear, but here we go. We'll see when we can see the ref put their hands up on here. There's a nice effort by Swearingen. Puts one in, redeflected. There's where it was stopped. And then the puck kind of squeaks loose from Horner and finds its way in the back of the net. But hey, you play on. 3-0, Patriots stay on top. 9:25 remaining in period number 2. Rieger working hard to try to advance this puck for the Patriots. Weeks will jam it, hits off of a teammate, and that will blow the whistle. Mandan maybe a second and a half away from making this one 3-1, but it was a whistle that stopped that, and again, you had Horner kind of have that one. It looked like she did have it, and somehow that one kind of does get poked into the back of the net. Either way, we play on 3-0, 9 minutes remaining in the second period. Now dancing with it now is Larson. Larson fires a quick shot. Dobitz will gobble it up. As Century seen if they can try to even up the shots, but right now it hasn't really mattered too much. They trail in the shots by 3, but they lead on the scoreboard by 3. They're outshot 14-11, but lead 3-0. So again, sometimes the shots on net don't always reflect what's on the scoreboard. Some big shorthanded opportunities, and they've paid dividends for the Patriots. 2 shorthanded goals tonight has put them up early by 3. Hard slap shot there for Orr. That one whistles wide and now will be sent down the ice, trying to beat out the icing. It's going to be close, but no, it will be an icing. Great effort for Abby Ross, the junior, trying to race that one out of it. Some great effort for both these two teams, and we've seen quite the hockey game. Right now, I know it's 3-0 on the scoreboard, but that's not how this game has really been represented on the ice. It has been pretty even, if I say so myself, but again, sometimes the puck just finds a way to go in, and sometimes it doesn't. Nice stick work there for Matson. Matson still now is kind of wrestling there with Weeks to keep it in the offensive zone, but Mandan will get it out. Quick whistle, looks like an offside. Will be the call for Mandan. Player on the near side crosses before the puck. So they'll bring that back into the neutral zone for a faceoff. Macy Vig will face off against Dakota Swearingen. Weeks flips that puck into the air. Kautzman loses an edge, gets back up and fires one down the length of the ice. Hits off the boards right in front. Dancing around with its Walker. Kautzman, little turn and shoot in the right place, right time for Horner. Again, able to square up that puck, gets it right in the chest. Another nice save. 15 for 15 for Horner. Again, Horner in the first game of the season against Notre Dame Academy stopped 9 of 10 shots he was faced with, played half that game, allowed 1 goal, a pretty strong performance there. Build on what she had last year, a 90.7 save percentage a year ago with 4 wins. Also picked up a win against Mandan last year, 27 for 31 was her total in that game. 7:39 remaining in period 2. Centering a pass. That one going to go all the way to the other side. Mandan's got to have to hustle because here comes the forechecking unit. For the Patriots that have had a lot of success, Dirk now will send it back around. Getting a line change for the Patriots. Getting some fresh legs in for Century. Dirk will play it back down. They will have to touch back up to avoid the offsides. Played it down the ice. Stromstead ran into as a couple players collide and cannot quite get back up. The puck just kind of stays put where it was at for a while. Now Stromstead will get back up and plays it across. Across the boards. It goes right on to the stick of Ruby. Ruby will backhand one down for an icing. 6:46 remaining. Again, great attendance here. Not many open seats and a lot of people standing. If you have all the people that are standing in the seats, yeah, it's probably a jam-packed crowd. And especially when you get to the third period, when you got some of those fans coming in for the boys' game as part of the doubleheader, this place is really going to be pumping. Ross plays it around the corner to Bauman. Taken away and shoved off the board by Peyton Swenson, but it goes right back onto a Mandan stick. Jamming at it there is Langang. Centers a pass, firing a shot, loose puck, and it goes wide. Horner got a piece of it. Mandan trying to keep it in the zone, but here comes an opportunity for McNally. She wants the hat trick. Denied by Dobitz. Dobitz shows the blocker on that one. Robbing McNally of her third goal. Pressuring hard is Dakota Swearingen. The tempo picking up, back and forth action. Here comes Macy Vig. Races to the outside, behind the net. Comes out of the other end with it. Now chips one on to Matson. Rieger dances to the right. Lays it on to Matson, who already's got a goal. Trying to feed it on to Vig. It's poked away, and now racing on the other end with it's Myrie. Myrie works it to her backhand. Has a Patriot draped on her, and now she'll just send it in the corner and get a line change. Dirk pressured, but works the pass out to Rieger. Rieger pestered on the back check. Nice work there for Abby Ross. Didn't have the positioning, but didn't give up, and allows that one to poke free. Played back in by the Patriots. Dirk on the dump and chase, trying to get it back from her fellow number 7 of Abby Walker. Got a pile of players here trying to work for puck possession along the boards. Keeping control there is Schmidt as she's pestered by 2 Patriots, trying to box them out. Patriots will come away with the pile with it and shove it down the ice. Ruby pinned up. Dirk's pass just cuts behind Walt, and it's taken away by Kautzman. She'll chip it off to the boards. Ships it off the boards right to Revenich. Nice little play there for Ross. Ross centering a pass. Goes to the blue line. Here comes Weeks. She trips as she's trying to get that one out. Now bring it on to Stromstead on the other end. She's got some help. Larson back to Stromstead. Shot is blocked. Just getting a piece of it is the Mandan defender. Patriots keeping the pressure. Doesn't go through. Jamming at it. Is Peyton Swenson not going to go, and falling after the whistle is Ashlyn Larson. I am not sure how that puck did not go in off the Peyton Swenson shot, as there was just a little bit of an opening there on that side. And he had some Century fans put their arms up, thought it went in, but no, it stays out. Good work by Dobitz. Trying to keep the Braves in striking distance, trying to keep them in this contest. Seeing if her offense can get this one a 2-goal game before the third period. Melhoff pestered from behind. The back check for Patriots will get the puck. Hay hits a break check. Gets a Brave to fall down, but quickly back up to the feet. McNally trying to work it up the boards. Loose puck finds its way to Swenson. She'll chip it forward. Here comes Hay. Backhand, saved by Dobitz. Jammed by Swenson, and it goes wide. Another nice effort for the Patriots, denied by Dobitz with 3:18 remaining in the second. Vig keeping the pressure. Poked away again. Here comes Rieger. It's the sophomores now that have amped it up. You saw 3 freshman goals for the Patriots. Now the sophomore crew trying to get a goal of their own. Matson tries to go to the far side. Maybe just gets the blocker of Dobitz. Pressuring again off of their own player. Matson, turn and shoot. Saved again by Dobitz. Lots of pushing and shoving. Looks like we got a penalty coming up. Still more pushing and shoving, and I think we might get maybe a few more going to the box. We'll just have to wait and see. But as we're going to wait and see and get us all figured out, here is this opportunity with Hay and Swenson. Denied by Dobitz. Hands, looks like Madsen for sure going to the box. I thought she was the second one. I thought the call was already going to go before Madsen, but no, it is going to be Madsen. It will be only Madsen as well. So 2 minutes in for roughing. It is going on the way of Eliana Matson, and then they're bringing in another player into it as well. Excuse me, no, it is not going to be. It's not going to be a second one. They put up another one. No, 22 going to be on for Mandan. They had it on Century. It's going to be Taya Myrie. So they will go both ways on the roughing. They will, counteract each other. And we will say 5-on-5. Here comes Mandan into the back of the net. Scoring for Mandan, Adriana Kautzman. What a shot from the junior. And that might be the antidote that the Braves needed. With 2:42 remaining in period number 2. Let's see that. Here comes Kautzman, flips it up and in. A nice goal for the Braves. They said it was assisted by Myrie, but I thought she's in the penalty box. I could maybe be wrong on that. They flipped it up 22 initially, but then now they've taken both those numbers off. So again, as it stands now, that's Kautzman assisted by Myrie, if she's not the one in the box. Big time play there for Kautzman, though, just to rifle that. But for Mandan, something they do not want to see, Avery Walker is going to the penalty box, and this will put on the power play for the Patriots. So again, those roughing penalties from earlier, right after that goal, so it's not a power play goal, it's 5-on-5. They just canceled each other out. They still played 5-on-5, but now it's 5-on-4 after the Avery Walker penalty. Face-off one for the shorthanded unit of Mandan, and they'll send it down the ice. Horner gets out of the zone. Nice work and pressure presented by the Braves. Vig dances around. Gonna fire a shot into the glove of Dobitz. I think Dobitz even let out a little bit of a flex there. She saw her dancing in the first period. Let's see this. Nice play here by Vig. Wow. Little deke around, sends a shot. Here comes the save by Dobitz. There you see, gave it a little that chicken wing there. Little flex. A nice save for Dobitz. Shots have evened up 17 apiece. And we got another penalty coming up. It's going to be on the way of Ashlyn Larson. So that is going to put them on the power play, but as now it will be 4-on-4. And then after that, 23 seconds of power play time for Mandan coming up. 1:56 remaining. So if no one scores, we'll have 4-on-4, the remainder of period number 2. Rieger with a nice spin move. Rieger waiting, and now she'll dump it off. Or plays it around. Mandan will contain it. Scooped up by Schmidt, quick pass out, but Vig will keep it in on the blue line. 4-on-4 action. Again, we got a 2-goal game after Adriana Kautzman picks up the goal. With the mark of 2:42 remaining in period number 2, and keeps Mandan right in the mix in this one. Speaking of Kautzman, she is going to be on the forecheck trying to get this puck back for Mandan. Works out of the favor, Dakota Swearingen. Scoops it up after going for a line change. Plays it off to Weeks. Weeks, extra pass to Brinks. Fired a shot. Could not quite haul that one in, was Horner, but shoves it down. And now the Patriots will send it down, try to lick the ice. Now here comes an opportunity on a delayed call. Nice save again by Dobitz, robbing McNally of a hat trick. Another opportunity, that one again high, this time from Swenson. It was not delayed, it was just a icing there, had the arm up, but it was kept off of that from the Patriots. A nice opportunity as they've had some really high-end chances here in period number 2. Aubrey Hay has that one poked away from Weeks. Played off the boards for Mandan, seeing if they can keep it up in front. If they can, they'll have a breakaway, but Hay will win the race. Quickly gets back into nice positioning. Here comes a power play chance now for Mandan. 17 seconds on the power play, 10 seconds on the clock here for period number 2. Bauman on her knees. Plays it across the boards. Rubinich seeing if she can get one last shot as time expires. No, they will not. And that will close it out for period number 2. Both teams end up netting a goal in the second frame and keeping it a 2-goal differential favoring Century. They lead 3-1 as we head on over to our second intermission, brought to you by Charbonneau Car Center.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
Dakota Community Bank and Trust, your trusted partner for commercial and business loans. We not only provide lending you need to grow your business, but we also reinvest in our communities. We believe in strengthening our businesses and creating opportunities for success. Choose Dakota Community Bank and Trust for your commercial and business loans, and together let's keep our communities thriving.
Serving the community, looking out for you. At Dakota Community Bank and Trust, that's what we do.
Planning for the future is difficult, but pre-planning your funeral is a thoughtful way to ease the burden on your loved ones. At Stevenson Funeral Home, our compassionate team will help you create a personalized plan that reflects your values. We'll make sure that your wishes are honored and that your family will have peace of mind in a challenging time. Call us today to start your pre-planning journey. You can count on us to be with you every step of the way. Stevenson Funeral Home.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
We want it all. We want our dog to fetch it.
Drop it.
And drop it.
Name it.
We want to fix it ourselves. And actually fix it. We want to order the market price lobster. And know the market price of the lobster.
How much is... Whatever the market says.
Sadly, we can't have it all. Except at Sport Clips, where we check in with the pros in men's hair and totally check out with pure, uninterrupted relaxation. Sport Clips. It's a game changer.
Every football fan has their Sunday routine. Maybe it's setting your lineup, firing up the grill, or claiming your spot on the couch. But the center of every Sunday is the drive. The morning drive home before kickoff. The drive to your buddy's watch party. Wherever you're headed, we can take you there.
At Schatz Crossroads, we make 8 gallons of homemade ranch dressing every day. So you can smother your dinner salad with it, dip those crispy golden French fries in it, and dunk your breaded chicken strips. You can even cover your... Wait, no. You can't put ranch on steak. Or can you? Schatz Crossroads. Don't forget the ranch.
At Planning Team Financial Advisors, we help individuals create their personalized strategies. We specialize in financial planning, retirement planning, insurance, and 401k distribution options. Don't leave your future to chance. Call Planning Team Financial Advisors today for a free retirement review. Planning Team Financial Advisors, your plan, your future, your team.
Since 2003, the architects and engineers at Ackerman Esvold have been enhancing everyday life. From response times to commute times, we've helped create critical infrastructure, enhancing highway safety, flood protection, and public education. And we're no stranger to enhancing fun, family outings, and even game time. Ackerman Esvold, working to enhance your everyday life.
The foundation of the financial planning approach at Legacy Financial Partners is a personal relationship. Our unique and collaborative approach to financial planning starts with your dreams, not just the numbers. We will work with you regularly to take action to update your plan as your needs evolve, recommending products and services that are right for your situation.
The Jersey Mike's catering box is the easiest way to feed your friends. The hard part is picking your sub. That's why we're having a draft. With the first pick, Sarah from Carolina selects number 13, the original Italian.
You know, I trusted my gut, and that's exactly where the sub's gonna go, so.
Hold on, we've got a trade. Jake traded his second pick with me, because I'm starved.
Freshly sliced subs to go, wherever you and your friends go. Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
Dakota Community Bank and Trust, your trusted partner for commercial and business loans. We not only provide lending you need to grow your business, but we also reinvest in our communities. We believe in strengthening our businesses and creating opportunities for success. Choose Dakota Community Bank and Trust for your commercial and business loans, and together let's keep our communities thriving.
Serving the community, looking out for you. At Dakota Community Bank and Trust, that's what we do.
Welcome back in here to the Charbonneau Car Center Intermission Show as we get ready for intermission number 2 as Century leads Mandan 3-1. Charbonneau Car Center, they know drivers in Dickinson, New England, Richardson, Belfield, Williston, North Dakota, and Glendive, Montana. Work hard, play hard, and need a car that can keep up. That's why they choose to offer Buick, GMC, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram lineup at their dealership in Dickinson. If you're interested in learning more, stop in their showroom and treat yourself to a test drive. Visit them online at charbonneaumotors.com. And now they have 2 locations in Dickinson as well. So there you go. If you're in the Dickinson area and looking for a new car, make sure to stop by at both of their locations in the Queen City. I'm Brock Widener joining you right here in Mandan. This has been a fun one. Century leads 3-1, and let's talk about how we got to this point. Early on, again in period number 1, Mandan had that early storm and barrage for the first minute 30, but it was a good opportunity taken the other way after Patriots weathered the storm. And it was one of those freshmen, Audrina McNally, works it into the puck, just kind of sends one into the slot, hits off a deflection, goes to the back of the net, 1-0 Patriots. Couple of power play opportunities for Mandan. They couldn't find the back of the net. They had another power play, but this one, a goal did get scored, but it was short-handed, and it was an absolute beauty. Eliana Matson, she pokes one loose, takes it from one end to the other, goes to the backhand right to the crease, and puts it in. 2-0 going into intermission number 1. And then in intermission number 2, Patriots started with a power play, did not get that to go, but then had a penalty go against them. But needless to fear, this team has found that the shorthanded goal not once, but they found it again for a second time, and it would be her second goal as well from Audrina McNally, assisted by fellow freshman Ashlyn Larson to make it 3-zip Patriots. Mandan would not give up there. There was two roughing penalties that offsided each other, and that allowed still 5-on-5, but right after that, Adriana Kautzman would rifle a shot for Mandan to make it 3-1 with 2:42 left, and then would have a couple more opportunities, some nice saves for Horner, and that's where the period would end. Patriots will have a power play coming up with 4 seconds, just 4 seconds left to kick off period number 3. But again, right now you got all freshmen pretty much on the score sheet for Century. You've got the freshman Audrina McNally with 2 goals. Then you've got Elena Matson with a shorthanded goal as well, and Larson with an assist. So all freshmen in the stat sheet for the Patriots. And then for Mandan, Adriana Kautzman has that lone goal, the junior. For the power play units in period number 1, it was Mandan that went 0 for 4. Century went 0 for 2. I believe both of them had 2 opportunities in the second period. Both have went 0 for 2 in there as well. So no power play goals. 0 for 6 for Mandan, 0 for 4 for Century, and that's not counting the 2 that happened at the same time that kind of offside or counteracted each other. But overall, some really nice penalty kill work for both sides, and for the Patriots, they have not batted an eye when they have been a player down. They have scored 2 shorthanded goals, and those 2 shorthanded goals right now are the difference makers. That is what helped them go up by 2 and by 3 respectively. And as it sits right now, a shorthanded goal would be the game-winning goal, and that would be on the stick of Eliana Matson if the difference on the scoreboard stays the same. If Mandan would score again, it would still be a shorthanded goal that would count as the game winner with McNally. But Mandan seeing if maybe they can score 2 goals in this period, try to even things up 3-3 and maybe try to steal one. We've seen that in the past. We saw that last year where Mandan, we talked about it in the pregame show, where Mandan had some leads against Century last season, but had them slip away in the third period, where Century would sweep Mandan in both games they played last season. Mandan seeing if they can rub off a little bit of that luck, play from behind, and try to steal one in the third like Century did to them 2 times last year. Well, let's take a break, and when we come back in, we'll have more to come on the Charbonneau Car Center intermission show and third period nearing here in Mandan.
We started with small beginnings. And just like the visionary entrepreneurs we serve, we turned an idea into reality. Today, we give you the power to grow your ideas by building meaningful relationships in the communities we serve. Because it's the same place we started. BNC National Bank, where possibilities begin right here at home.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
Welcome back in here to the PSP Network. I'm Brock Widener joining you here for a fun one. It has been so far 3-1 Century. Mandan picked up a goal there in period number 2 to try to get that momentum going. And let's take a look at that goal by Adriana Kautzman to work a 3-goal deficit on and over to a deficit of just into a deficit of just 2. So there comes Kautzman, works it in. Nice shot there from the junior. And there's the celebration afterward. That was late in the second period. Hey, it was so nice. Let's watch it twice. There it is again. Kautzman flips it over Horner for their first goal of the contest and making it in 3-1. Well, now we are getting ready to shift it on over from the second intermission to the third period. Already the first game that counts on the season for these two teams. Got to get that little exhibition game, if you will, last weekend against Notre Dame Academy out of Saskatchewan, and then it's right into work this week. The games that matter, and it's hard to maybe tell yourself that if you're on the ice. A game in November 25th could really be a big thing in seeding once you get to February and March, but that is the case, so you want to make sure you leave it all out there each and every night, especially when points are on the line. Patriots already on the bench, ready to go for period number 3. Mandan has not quite taken the ice, but we'll switch that on over on our end as we get ready to hit the main cam. So for the second intermission, keys to the second half, or third period, excuse me. Again, for Century, it's just trying to keep on staying clean. You have 6 penalties, but for them, again, they have not given up a power play goal for Mandan, so that's something they have been doing a good job at with the lead, especially in the last period. You want to make sure you keep all 5 players on the ice, and you got to help out Horner because you know Mandan is going to try to come out guns a-blazing, trying to get that early goal so they don't need to try to get 2 goals later when time starts to go against them. Then for Mandan, again, I think that's what it is for their key. You got to come out swinging. You got to have that energy and try to have a first wave of punches early on Horner and seeing if you can get an early goal. Well, tonight's game brought to you by Northern Plains Heating and Air. There's no other choice to steal your heating and air game than Northern Plains Heating and Air. Call Dylan today, 222-2155. Make sure your furnace is ready for the winter months ahead. New installation, upgrades, and all your furnace and AC needs. Again, call Dylan today, 222-2155. Big thanks out to Northern Plains Heating and Air, as well as all our sponsors who made this broadcast possible. Again, after this one, stay tuned as we will be bringing you in the boys' game of the doubleheader between Mandan and Century. As looks like we're going to have an offside. Puck came out and then back in on the stick of Emmeline Brinks. Big thanks out to BSN. BSN creates exclusive personalized solutions for North Dakota high school and collegiate programs for custom equipment, uniforms, coaches, apparel, fan wear, branding, and more. They do it all. Contact your local BSN sales pro today. Well, here comes Ashlyn Larson. The freshmen have dazzled so far. That one going to be shouldered up by Dobitz and pot out of the air by Brinks. Kept in. Little one-time shot that's just going to steer wide by Lizzie Leduc. Leduc, again, one of those experienced defensemen, a senior defenseman for the Patriots. Jammed up into the boards by Brinks. Puck ends up hitting off the side of the net, but will stay in for the Century zone. Century has a 2-goal lead, and they're playing aggressive to start. Puck pokes loose, and here comes Hansen. She'll drift one back across for Leduc. Mandan trying to get this puck to kind of settle down. It looks like another offside is going to be called. Another one of those unfortunate offside type plays where you're trying to get out of the zone. It kind of hits off of a fellow player and fellow teammate. So we'll try it again. First minute here in period number 3. Patriots have had that time possession on that puck on their stick. Up by 2 goals. That's what they want to see. Have the puck on their hand and see that clock continue to keep on ticking away. Rieger tries to jam one forward, kept in line by Swearingen. Loose puck, able to be navigated out. Vig as well as Walker collide. Walker gets back up, tries to keep it there in the neutral zone, but fired back. Oh, an awkward kind of bounce off of the stick from Matson. She sends it down the ice, hits off the back and almost hits off the skate blade of the goaltender at Dobitz. So maybe a sigh of relief there for Mandan. Dobitz had that skate sealed on that post. 15-20 here in the third. Here's a stolen puck by Ross. She's got some help with her. Ross slowed down. Great work boxing her out. Is Scheibele. Scheibele, great work defensively. Here comes a good opportunity. That one blockered aside off the shot by Afton Langang. Horner's made some point-blank saves. She'll add another one to her stat sheet there. Trying to deke through the middle of the ice is Wolf. It's taken away by the fellow 14 on the opposite side of Langang. Plays it around the net, but no fellow Brave there until Brinks tries to steal the edge. Puck squirts loose onto the side of Stromstead. She'll send it across. A couple of players run into each other, and they run to each other once more as they're trying to get out for a line change for the Patriots. Barrett plays it off the boards. Taken on by McNally. McNally's got 2 goals, 1 away from a hat trick. Poked loose, and now getting on the high horse again is Larson. These freshmen have been phenomenal today for Century. They've got all 3 goals between McNally and Matson, and have had strong performances from Swenson and Larson as well. Larson has an assist. We thought Swenson had the goal, but no, it was deflected off of a Mandan player and credited to McNally on that first one. Speaking of Swenson, now she has it on her tape. Swenson spins around, leaves one down. For Larson, quick shot, that one into the chest of Dobitz. 13-29. Larson's pass, intended for Orr, going to be poked away. It follows its way into the neutral zone. Corralled in by Hansen, who's going to send it back and allow the Patriots to go for a line change. Perfectly placed, kind of clearing too. Hits it off the boards and immediately slowed. Made sure it was not an icing. Vig, one of our player spotlights, chips one down. Rieger has that one poked back, and here comes Myrie. Taya Myrie on the backhand, centers a pass to Kautzman into the back of the net for her second time tonight. Kautzman makes it a one-goal game. Adriana Kautzman picks it up, her second. There's the celebration. Let's take a look at this one once more. Nice play there for Kautzman. Myrie with the assist. And we are now in a 1-point game. So Kautzman gets her second of the night. And we talked about the importance of trying to get an early goal for Mandan. And there it is right there. .12:34 remaining. Face off one. Here comes a little chip play off the boards, trying to clear one on over. Mandan player in their own net, trying to get up and out of the way of the goalie Dobitz, who's trying to settle back in. Ross now pokes it away. So now let's see what happens. Shots are dead even, 20-20 after Kautzman nets her second. 12:05 remaining in the third period. Larson in the slot, fires, saved by Dobitz, just gets the shoulder up on it there. On the netminder, the sophomore netminder for Mandan. Racing forward is Langang, dumps it off, loose puck. Nice play by Hay. Aubrey Hay locks it away, and now will send it down and go for a line change herself. Mandan trying to take possession, but Vig steals one behind, wrap around. Think that might have hit the post, hurt a little bit of that, a little bit of a ching there. Langang loses an edge. Push back up for Vig, off of Matson. Feel the tempo starting to add up. Matson dangles, stopped by the Braves. It was Chloe Schmidt with the stop. Swearingen now tries to work it off the boards. Fanning it on, and now it's going to allow for a good opportunity for Matson. Matson pushed against the wall. Played back by, kept on Mandan trying to get out of their own zone with 10:47. Rebetich. Two players there of Kautzman run into each other, her and Leduc. Stretch pass off of the stick of Rebetich, but quickly corralled in by Hansen. Hansen gonna take it on her own. On the opposite side of the ice, plays one off the board. Up and over, almost a dangerous opportunity there for Century. Settled down by Mock. Kept in by the Patriots. Great effort once again by Scheibele. Able to keep it in on that blue line. Racing in off of a line change, and that's really what's the big thing, is keeping it in on this side of the ice. If you're the Patriots, you're trying to limit those opportunities for Mandan. Maybe seeing if you can get an insurance goal for Mandan right now. Maybe not what they want to be doing, as They don't want to be defended. They want to see if they can try to even this one up with 10 minutes to go. It's one of those things. What do you do? Would you have the lead in the third? Do you keep the pressure applied, or do you kind of back off? Patriots have kept that pressure applied there thus far. They'll stretch it forward. Nice 9 play, but stay on with Scheibele. Rieger works to the backhand. Works around the crease. Rieger now will play it back around exactly the route she took for Vig. Vig centers on that one and poked out in front. Staying on the blue line. Hits off a couple of Mandan players and almost finds its way near Dobitz. Sears into the near corner. Puck right into the slot onto the stick of Weeks. She will take it away and get this one in the neutral zone. Now tries to advance the pass out to Ross. Will not make a connection with that one. It will be an icing and send it down the length of the ice. This is the first time tonight, though, that the Patriots are now leading in the shots department, 23-20. Mandan has led in the shots in period number 1. They were pretty even in period number 2. The period number 3 has been towards Century thus far. Despite, though, Mandan has brought it within 1. Shot just whistles high there for Bella Walth, seeing if she could try to put that one in. She had 2 goals last season. See if she could try to get in that. Try to get her first goal early on here in this year, but looks like it'll be at offsides, and we'll bring it back in. Again, for the Patriots, all 3 goals from freshmen. McNally gets 2, Matson with 1. Kautzman's got a 2-goal day for Mandan, which has been some good back and forth play between these two squads. That's what we said earlier when it was 3-0, that 3-0 did not fit how this game was represented on the ice, on the scoreboard, and now it's 3-2, and this is how it is. It's been really back and forth the entire game, and now it's represented on the scoreboard. Little poke there. Racing after it is Larson. Walker will take it, played off the board, Srebrenic, and sent down the ice. Horner has the hand up, and it will be an icing. 8:08 remaining in a period number 3. Mandan seeing if they can get the equalizer. Century, though, seeing if they can try to get an insurance goal or try to run out this clock to get their first win of the season. Century was projected 3rd in the state in the coaches' preseason poll. Mandan projected 5th. Matson shot. Nearest post. Just misses there. Puck again, pinballing across. Tamed well down by Rieger, and here comes Vig. Dumps down a pass for a shot that whistles high and wide from Elena Matson. Eliana Matson, she has looked really good today. One of those 4 freshmen that have had one of those performances today that has just been what the Patriots needed. Horner, loose puck, jammed at it, still not going to go in. Somehow kept away for the Patriots. And a stoppage as the goalie of Horner loses her glove on that one. Oh man, I think we've got the scramble drill on the replay, brought to you by Ryan Family Dealerships. Here it is. Jamming away at it. Not sure how that effort doesn't go in by Myrie. Great work for Horner and the Patriots defense somehow keeping that puck out of the back of the net. That keeps them up on a goal advantage, 3-2, 7:10 remaining here in period number 3. Fans making sure refs knew that, hey, no. We need to have a face-off here. 7:04 remaining. Shots in favor of Century, 24-22. They're up in the shot department by 2 shots, up in the goal department by 1. But Mandan is seeing if they can pressure to even this one up. They've had some good opportunities. Ref's going to have a talk of where this puck should be dropped, and they'll put this one right at mid-ice. Right at the Cadillac logo. Face-off one for the Patriots, but it's Mandan that wins the race to it. Langgang plays it across the board. Saras. Puck played up high, but Larson will get it out of the zone. Off of Hayes' stick. And a little bit of the puck on the edge. She'll work her way on the backhand. Pressuring hard. Trying to keep it in the zone is Chloe Schmidt. Schmidt's got some help on this near side of the boards. Will be the opposite number 10 that comes away with the puck is Hay. Hayes' pass ends up finding its way to McNally. McNally's shot off the boards. Played it from one end to the other, picked up by Swenson. The freshman again continue to apply the pressure for Patriots. Down the length of the ice, and they're going to wave that off, so it looks like it must have touched off a player there, and a big-time hit. Ross hits the deck. Looks like we're going to be getting a penalty for Juliet Orr, and period number 3 has been arguably the cleanest in terms of penalties. So it's exactly not when Century wants to take a penalty. Mandan 0 for 6 on the power play is the 7th time the charm. For them, they're hoping it is, because it would be the one to equal it out on the scoreboard. Face-off won by Mandan. They will fight for it along the boards. Squirts out to Walker. Her pass is tipped away by Rieger. Dobitz does get out of her crease and plays it off. She was delayed there, but makes the decision to come out. Walker to Kautzman. Now she's looking for a hat trick. Hat trick watch for her as well. One-timer for Swearingen. That one's high. Swearingen with quite the rifle of a shot there. Not going to quite go, but that's the opportunities you want to see, especially from one of your leaders of this team, a captain for Mandan. Swearingen wins it off, wins the draw. Kautzman plays it back to Weeks. Back to Kautzman, fires a shot, it's going to be blocked. She'll tame it back down on the stick with the alternate captain. Back on her, Tate. Weeks fires a shot, deflected away, off of Dirk. Shot blocked there for the Patriots. Swearingen working it down, now she'll have it back. Fires a shot, and it goes top cheddar and down. Off the crossbar and in on the power play. We've got a tie game here in the Starion Sports Complex. 3-3. It's the captain, Dakota Swearingen. What a power play. The 7th time the charm. 7 power plays, and on the 7th, they strike gold for Mandan, evening it up 3-3. Looks like Myrie getting in on the assist to even this one up 3-3 with 4:49 remaining. Icing will bring it back in. Scoreboard is tied. Almost in every stat there as well. Shots almost dead even, 23-24. Century has one more shot, but it is Mandan that has scored 2 goals here in the 3rd period to tie it up. We talked about it last year, of Century trailing in the 3rd periods of the games last season, or playing from behind, and they came out with both wins. Well, Mandan had to play from behind in this one, see if they can come away with a win to try to return the favor from last year's losses to Century. What a game to start the season, the winter season on the PSP Network. Again, we're not done here tonight. We've got the boys matchup of the doubleheader. And now it's Mandan going to the sin bin. It's Avery Walker. So both teams have now committed a penalty here in the third. Mandan 1 for 7. Century 0 for 4. Again, 8 and 6 penalties there, I believe, respectively. Again, those ones that kind of canceled each other out, but for the true chances, that's what they sit at now. Larson trying to go on the give and go. It's denied well by Mandan. Mandan wanting a call. They're not going to get it. Refs give a little shake of the head as they clear it down the ice. 3:49 left in the third. McNally feeds it on to Hansen. Nice play to Rieger. Rieger works to the far side. Hits the brakes on Ross. Rieger continues to dance with it. Finds Orr, firing a shot, saved by Dobitz. And now Barrett on her high horse. That's Langang. She weaves around. Langang weaves, tries to keep it on the boards, but it's picked up by the Patriots. Stretched pass to Vig. Vig tips it around. Swearingen plays it back. Matson to Vig. Goes right to the crease. Jams it in, and it is in. Matson on the power play puts Century up by 1 late. Eliana Matson with her second on the night. The freshmen continue to dazzle for the Patriots. There you go, Eliana Matson, her second on the power play, assisted by Macy Vig. I believe a timeout has been taken for Mandan, so let's take one with them. When we come back, we've got the conclusion of this one. Century goes back up by 1 with 3 minutes left here on the PSP Network.
At Ryan Buick GMC, we treat every day like game day.
1.2-liter turbo engine, ultra-wide screen.
1.2-liter turbo engine, ultra-wide screen, on 2. Ready?
We know how to get you in the right vehicle.
Bucanyans, and hut, hut.
From the test drive to the handoff, we make every step easy. This season, start your drive at Ryan Buick GMC.
Nobody thinks about personal injury until it happens. But when injury strikes, so will your bills and the turmoil and everything you'll miss out on. It's a mess and you need someone to help it all make sense. That someone is Schweigert, Clemene, and McBride. We know the territory and the process, and we work smart and hard to get you results. It's easier to get back to normal knowing there's a team behind you. We're the ones the other side doesn't want you to call. We're on your side. We're Schweigert, Clemene, and McBride.
Oh, we have had a dandy here on the first game of the season on the PSP Network here on the hockey rink, and it has been a fun one. Mandan evens things up 3-3 after scoring 2 goals to come back with 5:07, but it was Century that scores on a power play goal of their own. Both of the last 2 goals were scored on the power play. And it's just fitting of how these two teams have continued to try to get that power play unit to work respectively. They were denied time and time again. Mandan started 0 for 7 on the power play, or 0 for 6 on their 7th try. They score with Dakota Swearingen, but it doesn't last long after Eliana Matson would score her second on the night on the power play for Century respectively. But Mandan will get another power play opportunity going into the box for Century is Elise Hansen, and there's that last goal as Matson works away at it for her second. Matson, McNally, Kautzman, all are on hat trick watch respectively. Power play 2:45 left in the game, 150 on the power play. It's exactly what Mandan wanted. Ross fires a shot, pushed aside by Horner. And it will clear into the neutral zone. Big effort there by Matson once more. They'll chip it down the ice, shoved into the corner by Dobitz. Picked up by Brinks. Fanning on it is Schmidt. Not sure if that hit the ref that was standing up there or not, but Patriots catch a break, and Matson will shove it down, go for a line change. 2:05 remaining. Brinks plays one forward for Rebenich. Now here comes an opportunity again. Another opportunity for McNally to get her hat tricked, but she's pushed off the puck. 1:50 remaining. 1 minute on the power play. Ross tried to tame it down, but it's played out again for the Patriots, clearing it down the length of the ice. For them, the time can't click away fast enough in a packed house here in the Starion Sports Complex. Heard there's not much parking available here tonight. Here's an opportunity, just not quite tamed down by Myrie. Myrie plays it to Kautzman. Off the boards, Swearingen. Circling in, fires a shot. It is blocked by Aubrey Hay. Myrie works from one side to the other. 18 seconds on the power play. Tries to center a pass, denied by Hay again. Hay sends it the length of the ice. Racing down is Matson. She wins the race, tries to jam it home for a hat trick. She falls down to her knees, trying to work it to Rieger. Century's at full strength, 50 seconds remaining. Mandan trying to even it up. Ross leaves it on for Kautzman. Kautzman's pass gets away. She'll work it back in, dumps it off, but it's taken away by Rieger. There's an empty net. The race for the puck. Swenson, the empty netter will seal it. Hey, why not? Another freshman to put the exclamation on it for Century. All four freshmen that I believe suited up, and we called their name tonight, have all got points now for the Century Patriots. And it's Swenson to get the last mark on the stat sheet potentially. With 27 seconds left. We talked about how Century needs the freshman to step up this season. Well, game number one of the kind of the counting games to their state standings, it was all freshmen in the stat sheet tonight. We'll talk about that in the post-game show brought to you by Charbonneau Car Center. 10 seconds, though, left to see if Mandan tries to pressure, try to get one more goal on the board. But no, it'll be controlled by the Patriots. 3, 2, 1, and that will be the game. Century wins it 5-3. Headlined by the freshmen of Peyton Swenson, Ashlyn Larson, Audrina McNally, and Eliana Matson. They led 3-1 going into the third. They saw the lead slip away. It was tied 3-3 late. But the Patriots, they just kept their foot on the gas pedal. They get the goals back, and they win it by 2, 5-3. Swenson with the empty netter to seal this one, as Century will go start their season 1-1, but will start in state play 1-0. Mandan also 1-1, and they will go now 0-1 in state competition. But a very fun one that we will wrap up here and get ready for the boys part of the doubleheader when we return right here on the PSP Network.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by Follow PSP Network on all social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
Our stylists are trained to understand the nuances of cutting men's hair. Less pomp, more adore, huh, Brittany?
Square face, wavy hair.
Mid-fade with a textured top. Finish it off with the hard part and taper that neckline, coach.
Cowlick, what's the move? It's not just all about hard work here.
Hit all. 7. Pressure. Points. Yeah.
It takes expertise to be a sport clip stylist.
Here?
That's the spot. Right there, huh?
Sport Clips, the pros in men's hair.
Whether you're looking for a full-service financial plan or planning for farm or business succession, Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. With locations in Bismarck, Garrison, and Center, our full-service team of professionals are dedicated to helping you work towards achieving your financial goals. Visit us online, planningteam.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member of FINRA and Civic. Investment advisory services offered through New Edge Advisors, LLC, a registered investment advisor. New Edge Advisors, LLC, and Planning Team Financial Advisors are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Planning for the future is difficult, but pre-planning your funeral is a thoughtful way to ease the burden on your loved ones. At Stevenson Funeral Home, our compassionate team will help you create a personalized plan that reflects your values. We'll make sure that your wishes are honored and that your family will have peace of mind in a challenging time. Call us today to start your pre-planning journey. You can count on us to be with you every step of the way. Stevenson Funeral Home.
Rooted in the heart of our vibrant communities stands Bravera Bank, offering complete financial services for banking, wealth management, and insurance. From home loans and checking accounts,
let me tell you about the cashback rewards with this account,
to wealth management, we'll help you forge your path ahead.
Let's create a plan to reach your financial goals.
Sounds great.
With specialty insurance coverage, our advisors ensure your operation can carry on.
Looks like it's going to be a great harvest.
At Ryan Buick GMC, we treat every day like game day.
1.2-liter turbo engine, ultra-wide screen.
1.2-liter turbo engine, ultra-wide screen, on 2. Ready?
We know how to get you in the right vehicle.
Blue Canyons, and hut, hut.
From the test drive to the handoff, we make every step easy. This season, start your drive at Ryan Buick GMC.
Welcome back in here to the PSP Network. I'm Brock Widener, joining you here from the Starion Sports Complex. One of 2 games, a part of the doubleheader already in the books. And what an absolute thriller it was between Century and Mandan in girls play. Let's talk about on the recap of this one, and it all started in the first 2 minutes. It was Mandan coming away swinging, but it was Century that got a nice rally. It was picked up by McNally, Audrina McNally, a freshman. She centers a pass. It gets off a deflection in the back of the net as McNally scores her first varsity goal, and that one put up Century 1-0. Well, a fellow freshman on the penalty kill. It was Eliana Madsen. Picks up, steals the puck, races forward, and goes to her backhand, picks it up, and works it past Dobitz to make it 2-0 out of period number 1. At the end of the first period, Mandan was 0 for 4 on the power play. Century was 0 for 2. Well, we talk about it was just a freshman day for Century. Audrina McNally would pick up her second goal of the night. This one was assisted by Ashlyn Larson, another freshman in on the mix to make it 3-1, and that was their second shorthanded goal on the night as well for the Patriots. Late in the stages, it was 3-0 in period number 2, final 3 minutes, but Adriana Kautzman rifles one to make it 3-1 and gives some momentum back on side of the Braves. Speaking of Kautzman in period number 3, she would pick up another goal, this one assisted by Taya Myrie to make it 3-2 and pull them within 1. 5 minutes left. Mandan goes on their 7th power play, and 7th time was the charm. Taya Myrie sets up Dakota Swearingen for a beautiful look there on the power play, making it 3-3, evening things up. But just a couple minutes later, Mandan would get called on a penalty and set up Century. And like Mandan, it was worth the wait there. They pick up their first power play goal on the night, and that one puts them up 4-3. It was Eliana Matson, assisted by Macy Vig. That was Matson's second. And with 27 seconds to go, Peyton Swenson would cap off a phenomenal day for the freshman with a empty netter to seal it 5-3. And again, in your stat sheet, McNally with 2 goals, Matson with 2 goals, Larson with an assist, Swenson with a goal. All of them are freshmen, all 4 of them. Macy Vig was the lone non-freshman to pick up a point for Century today on the offense, and she's just a sophomore, so the future is bright for Century, and could be already right there in contention this year, let alone even having to wait for the years to come. Shots were pretty even. I believe Century started pulling away. I forgot to look at there towards the end. I think it was 27-22, somewhere along that line in favor of Century. Mandan led the shots in the first and the second period, but Century would end up leading shots in the third and taking them overall in the game side as well. Ellie Horner looked really good in that matchup, especially in those first 2 periods. Saw some get by her, but some really tough looks. But really was one of those excellent players for this team, a senior, one of those few seniors for Century. And for her to continue to deny the Braves on those power plays really played dividends, bailed out her team a couple of times, and helped them lead into victory 5-3. And again, for Mandan, it was Adriana Kautzman with a goal, and Myrie going to be tagged on a couple of helpers that get tagged on that for their stats. Dakota Swearingen picks up the other goal for Mandan. Leighton Dobitz, I thought she looked really good as well. Patriots just had a lot of those breakaway opportunities, getting 2 breakaway goals short-handed, and some of the times that's just tough when you get that one-on-one opportunity look when you are in net. Well, now we go in to take a look at tonight's players of the game. Yeah, I'm saying that plural. Brought to you by Sports Clips. They bring you the MVP, or in this case, MVPs of the matchup. Sports Clips is the home of the MVP haircut experience. Nothing comes close to making you feel like an MVP, quite like the MVP experience at Sports Clips. Tonight's Sports Clips MVPs. Hey, we got to give it to some freshmen, and let's give it to the 2 that lit the lamp twice, Adrina McNally and Eliana Matson. The 2 freshmen will be the Sports Clips players of the game. I thought they were really fantastic, especially, you're a freshman, but they were helped out on the power play as well as the penalty kill and on 5-on-5. They look sharp at all facets of the game. And the M&M freshman combo, McNally-Matson, your players of the contest. And that helps us into the move of the game, and it's going to go to the game-winning goal of Eliana Matson, assisted by Macy Vig. There you see, jamming away at it. And there's the big jump with 3 minutes on the dot to go up 4-3 for Century. And again, that would help into a empty netter by Peyton Swenson to win it 5-3. And that's pretty much wraps it up on the Charbonneau Car Center post-game show here at Charbonneau Car Center. They know drivers in Dickinson, New England, Richardson, Belfield, Wilson, North Dakota, and Glendive, Montana work hard, play hard, and need a car that can keep up. That's why they choose to offer Buick, GMC, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram lineup at their dealership in Dickinson. If you're interested in learning more, stop into their showroom and treat yourself to a test drive. Visit them online at charbonneaumotors.com. Well, taking up on the road ahead, Century will be at Jamestown on December 2nd, and then we'll keep on the road out to Fargo Davies on December 5th before heading to Dickinson before hosting Dickinson on the 9th for the Patriots. For Mandan, they will be out in Jamestown on December 5th, Davies on December 6th, and then will be out at Dickinson and Williston on the 12th and the 13th. So they started off with a home game here tonight and then 4 straight road trips for Mandan, next part of their season's journey. Well, stay tuned for the boys part of our doubleheader action here on the PSP Network. Again, girls go final. Century wins it 5-3, and the boys contest coming up here shortly on the PSP Network.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
Our stylists are trained to understand the nuances of cutting men's hair. Less pomp, more adore, huh, Brittany?
Square face, wavy hair.
Mid-fade with a textured top. Finish it off with a hard part and taper that neckline, coach.
Cowlick, what's the move?
It's not just all about hard work here.
Hit all. 7, pressure, point, yeah.
It takes expertise to be a sport clip stylist.
Here?
That's a spot. Right there, huh?
Sport Clips, the pros in men's hair.
Whether you're looking for a full-service financial plan or planning for farm or business succession, Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. With locations in Bismarck, Garrison, and Center, our full-service team of professionals are dedicated to helping you work towards achieving your financial goals. Visit us online, planningteam.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member of FinRun Civic. Investment advisory services offered through New Edge Advisors, LLC, a registered investment advisor. New Edge Advisors, LLC, and Planning Team Financial Advisors are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Planning for the future is difficult, but pre-planning your funeral is a thoughtful way to ease the burden on your loved ones. At Stevenson Funeral Home, our compassionate team will help you create a personalized plan that reflects your values. We'll make sure that your wishes are honored and that your family will have peace of mind in a challenging time. Call us today to start your pre-planning journey. You can count on us to be with you every step of the way. Stevenson Funeral Home.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by PSP Network on all social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
One exciting hockey game down. Hopefully we've got one more to go. As Century, Mandan, Part 2. We've got the girls play earlier. Just wrapped up, and that was an exciting finish. Century wins it 5-3 after leading 3-0 at a point in that game. Mandan got a goal late in the second period to make it 3-1. Scored 2 goals in the third period to make it 3-3. But Patriots found a way to close it out, get the lead back with 3 minutes to go, and it was the freshman of McNally as well as Matson getting our players of the game and picking up their respectively 2 goals apiece in that victory. But now we get ready for the boys part of the doubleheader, and this one on paper looks like it should be just as good as the girls game. And again, we're bringing you into the Valvoline Instant Oil Change pregame show. It's your locally owned oil change headquarters. 25 years, Lundin's taking care of people. Local actually matters. Not to mention this oil change, stay in your car, drive through oil change, typically performed in 15 minutes or less. Find them in Bismarck and Minot. It's Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Before we jump into kind of the meat and potatoes, learn about how these new teams are constructed for the 2025-2026 campaigns, let's drop the banner. WDA hockey standings. And already a couple teams already in the books, believe it or not. Last week, Davies defeated Minot 4-0. Dickinson defeated Aberdeen 5-2. Legacy over Bismarck High in a WDA counting game 7-4. Fargo North picked up a win over Minot 4-1, and then Jamestown defeated Williston in a shutout fashion 3-0. Tonight, we got Bismarck at Jamestown, Century at Mandan, and Bottineau Rugby at Devil's Lake and WDA out of the WDA teams, and then Williston and Minot was canceled or was postponed due to the weather, but got these games on. It was great to see that these ones stayed on, and obviously Mandan, Century not too far of a drive with all that snow in the morning, so perfect there to still get the start of the hockey season, and it's going to be really fun to see how these standings change night in and night out all the way until we get to the WDA tournament. Do want to keep those standings up because I'm going to talk about how they are rated in the coaches poll. Minot United, again, they're united now with Minot North. They are projected as the top seed in WDA, 6 first-place votes. They are the reigning WDA champs. Century picked it second, having 2 first-place votes. Legacy at third with 2 first-place votes as well. Then it's Mandan at 4, Jamestown at 5, Bottineau Rugby at 6. That is Bismarck High, Dickinson, Williston, and Hazen Beulah. Last year it was Minot United, Century, Mandan, and Bottineau Rugby, the representatives of the WDA and the state tournament at the Ralph Engelstad Arena in Grand Forks. And for them, I believe, 1, 2, 4, and 6 seeds were the seeded teams to make their way into that. So it doesn't matter where you line up. Bottineau Rugby made that run from the 6th seed last year, but that's where everything was kind of jumbled up last year. If you remember the standings, Minot was kind of that undisputed number 1 much of the year, and then it was kind of Century that slotted at number 2, and then it was just kind of a madhouse after that with Legacy, Jamestown, Bottineau Rugby, and Mandan all flipping up. I think Mandan and Bottineau Rugby kind of flip-flopped at points where Bottineau was up as high as the 4-3 seed, and then they fell to 6. Mandan was low as the 6 seed and flipped up to a 4. So everything's going to matter all the way up into the WDA tournament, so it should be fun to see how that plays out. But now let's talk about the state preseason coaches rankings. Grand Forks Central picked as the favorite, 16 first-place votes. Grand Forks Red River, the runner-ups from last year, at number 2. Fargo North, Fargo Davies come in at 3 and 4, and then here's an interesting little kicker here for you. Century picked at number 5. Yes, I said that right. In the WDA coaches poll, they were picked number 2 behind Minot United. But when you add in the EDC coaches rankings, they valued Century higher than Minot, and that's why Century is 5th in the state. Minot is number 6th. West Fargo 7, West Fargo Cheyenne at 8. Then Legacy comes in at number 9, and Fargo Shanley rounds out the top 10. Then it was Mandan, Devils Lake, Jamestown, Bottineau Rugby at 14, Dickinson at 15, Grand Forks, Park River, Bismarck High, Wilson, Mayport area, and Hazen Beulah round out the state rankings. Again, brought to you by the coaches on the in the entire state, WDA and EDC. Well, more to come on the Valvoline Instant Oil Change pre-game show right here on the PSP Network. We're going to start diving in and talking a little bit more about these two teams between Mandan and Century. Don't go anywhere.
We started with small beginnings. And just like the visionary entrepreneurs we serve, we turned an idea into reality. Today, we give you the power to grow your ideas by building meaningful relationships in the communities we serve. Because it's the same place we started. BNC National Bank, where possibilities begin right here at home.
Planning for the future is difficult, but pre-planning your funeral is a thoughtful way to ease the burden on your loved ones. At Stevenson Funeral Home, our compassionate team will help you create a personalized plan that reflects your values. We'll make sure that your wishes are honored and that your family will have peace of mind in a challenging time. Call us today to start your pre-planning journey. You can count on us to be with you every step of the way. Stevenson Funeral Home.
Nobody thinks about personal injury until it happens. But when injury strikes, so will your bills and the turmoil and everything you'll miss out on. It's a mess and you need someone to help it all make sense. That someone is Schweigert, Clemene, and McBride. We know the territory and the process, and we work smart and hard to get.
For decades, Nodak Insurance Company has been serving our state's residents in good times and challenging times. We come together for the greater good, from simple acts of kindness to company-wide efforts that make a difference in our community. It's who we are, rooted in North Dakota and ready to serve when it matters most. Nodak Insurance Company, agents with answers.
Darren Johnson, Cody Olson, and Scott Wilkins, your agents with answers in Mandan.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
Welcome back in to the pregame show brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Big thanks out to all of our sponsors that made this broadcast possible of tonight's doubleheader. Big thanks out to Bones Barbecue Sauce, a true North Dakota original, created and bottled right here in North Dakota. It's a premium barbecue sauce, perfect on anything from ribs to burgers to even vegetables. Find it today at your local grocery store, Cashwise, Marketplace, and Family Fare. And hey, if you haven't tried their barbecue sauce yet, highly recommend it, and maybe it might be the perfect gift for a loved one come the holiday season. Get them a bottle of Bones barbecue sauce. Again, you can find it at Cashwise Marketplace or Family Fare. Well, we talked about how the coaches kind of view these teams as well as the early kind of going, the first game or so, but now we get going, or the first couple games, but these two teams have not yet played. No exhibition game or non-counting game or anything like that. First time these two teams are hitting the ice, and this should be a fun one. Mandan versus Century, two teams that ended up making it to the state tournament a year ago. Well, we'll talk about it as Century, head coach by Troy Olson, and this is a team that had quite the success last year. 16-5, 5-1, and they were 9-3 with 4 overtime wins in WDA play. A team for the last 3 years has been kind of in the mix. They have been one of the top teams in the West region year in and year out, but for them, it's trying to find that state tournament success. They've been getting booted in that first round game the last 3 years, but then they bounced back and have made that fifth place game every single year in the last 3 seasons. They were fifth in 2023. They were fifth last year with a sixth place finish cutting in between those 2 years. Still chasing that first state title. They were runner-ups once in 2018 when they fell to Grand Forks Central 4-2. 10 WDA titles for the Patriots, last one coming in 2021, 26 state appearances, 3 straight state appearances, and then 18 of the last 19 years they have booked their ticket to state. So all very impressive stuff for Troy Olson and the Century Patriots. For Mandan, well, this is a team that has picked up a state tournament bid last year where they finished 6th placed in state, and they ended up falling to Century in state. So these two teams, I guess for Mandan, they've closed, or I guess, yeah, both these two teams closed out last year against each other, and they start this year against each other. So very fitting there to close out a season and start against the same opponent. Last year, Century again went 3-0 versus Mandan, 6-3 in Mandan, 2-1 in overtime in Bismarck, and then a 6-3 at state in that 5th place game. Continue on with Mandan, 0 state titles, 0 region titles, but this is a team that has made it to state, 8 state title appearances, 2 playoff trips in the 2020s, coming last year in 2025, and then back in 2022. But a team that is always right there in the hunt is Mandan to try to punch that ticket to state, one of those 4 representing spots on the West region. Let's continue on and talk a little bit more now. Let's talk about the players on these two teams. And you can't talk about Century without talking about our X factor tonight. So we'll get our little X factor on the screen. Keaton Schulte, the senior. Last year, he was a point per game player, 27 games played, and had 32 points, 14 goals, 18 assists, and he contributed on multiple facets of power play and a shorthanded goal. And you might as well call him Keaton Clutch. 5 game winners for Keaton Schulte last year. And against the Braves, I'd say he fared pretty well. 3 games played against the Braves last year, had a goal and 4 assists for a total of 5 points. So keep an eye on 14 tonight for Century. Again, the top returning point scorer from last year with those 5 game winners. He was 15th in all of the WDA in points. Well, now let's talk about who he is joined with. Heath Frickman as the fellow senior, second returning scorer, 11 goals, 8 assists, 19 points last year. He is making a jersey change from number 4 to number 18 this season. Then Kason Hagerot, a junior, coming back. Let's see how he continues to elevate his game. 3 goals, 4 assists, 7 points. And then the senior defenseman, Ty Bacchus and Trenton Connor. They're the most experienced returning D-men. Both played 24 games and both had 3 points, 1 goal, and 2 assists apiece. In net this season for Century, Noah Hammer, 3 wins, 1 loss last year, 171 goals against average, 93 saves and a 93% save percentage at 100 shots faced on last year. And limited opportunities last year with Kleingen in net. Kleingen has now graduated, so now it could be Hammer's crease this year. And they did trust him in the state tournament. They did give him the nod in a Concy game against Bottineau Rugby, and they did pick up the win. Did Noah Hammer, so see how kind of they work with the net decisions, and if it's a do-over, it's going to be Hammer's net this year. Then Christian Otterness, he dressed for 9 games but did not see the ice last year. He is that lead backup for the Patriots this season. Now let's talk about the Braves' key players, and we'll start it off with their X Factor tonight, potentially this season, Brody Skulski. He's a senior who had 18 points. He's their leading returning point getter in 25 games, 11 goals, 7 assists. Had 2 power play goals, 1 shorthanded goal, and 3 game winners for Skulski. Against the Patriots, he only played in 2 of the 3 games against the Pats, did not play in that state tourney game. 1 goal, 1 assist for Skulski in that time, so keep an eye on him. He is one of those multi-sport athletes. Just covered him just a little bit ago in the state playoffs for football as they took on Davies when I covered that game. Skulski is fun to watch either on the ice or on the gridiron. He's going to be joined on by Jackson Drankson, a junior, second among returning point totalers. Had a great sophomore campaign, 8 goals, 6 assists, 14 points last year. Caleb Yulberg, the senior defenseman, top returning offensive defenseman, 5 goals, 3 assists, 8 points. Braden Krause, a senior forward, 3 goals, 4 assists, 7 points last year. And on the defense, Colton Johnson will join Yulberg there as the only 2 returning defensemen who played almost every game last year. So going to talk a little bit about the defensive core for both those 2 teams, but first we'll talk about goaltenders for Mandan, and I think this is a huge strength. A lot of teams lose maybe their starting goaltender or a part of their tandem. Not the case for Mandan. They bring back both their goaltenders, and they had that duo last year between Cooper Anderson, Jacob Walsh. Anderson, 9 wins, 7 losses last year, 296 goals against average, 88.5 save percentage, 34 saves, 1 shutout. Jacob Walsh, 6 wins, 5 losses, 229 goals against average, 89.2 save percentage, 270 saves, and 2 shutouts. Very similar for those 2 stats, for those 2 stat lines. Again, a save percentage is about a 0.5% difference between Anderson and Walsh's stat lines. Keys to the night. Well, I think it's going to be said for both these 2 teams. We have these 2 teams that have lost a lot of players from last year, but you really look at the defenseman core returning from a season ago. Taking a look at these 2 teams, and you looking for Century. This is a team that returns Ty Backus, Trenton Connor as your kind of your experienced defenseman core. And other than that, I think there was only one other player that suited up. Yes, Bo Miller, that suited up for defense last year. So only 3 defensemen for Century that have varsity experience. 2 of the 3 played in a majority of the games. Then for Mandan, it's the same thing. 3 returning defensemen that had varsity experience. 2 of the 3 played in almost every single game, and that was Yulberg and Johnson. But they also had another player that got a couple of reps there defensively in Grayson Krause. So these 2 teams defensively are going to be challenged, but should be interesting and a very even platform between these 2 teams here tonight, as they have kind of dealt the same deck on the back end this year. So, for Century, the keys to the game. Test the Braves' young D-core early, often. You need to help your goaltender, and that's what you got to have to do. Your goalie tandem this year only has 4 games of varsity experience, with Noah Hammer having all 4, and so you want to kind of lighten the load for your goaltenders, especially early on in the season. And then for Mandan, your keys tonight. It's time to shine. Braves lost 6 of their top 8 scores from last year, and a third of their goals, 31. And 19 of those goals come from Skulski and Drankson, so they got to find some other players to step up. A strong night in net could also be a key tonight. They have one of the most experienced goalie duos between Anderson and Walsh, and they might need some big saves to kind of help their forward group find rhythm on kind of the inexperienced forward group for Mandan. Well, there you go. That's kind of your keys to the game as we get ready and closer to puck drop. This one should be a doozy. We had maybe go to one of those instant classics in the girls' part of the doubleheader between Century and Mandan. And it would be sweet to see it back-to-back on the doubleheader. For Mandan, we talked about lost 6 of their 8 players who tallied 10 or more points last year. Lost their top 3-point getters from last year in Carson Jers, Logan Renner, and Trinity Anderson. They also lost Chance Bryson, Cameron Beaver, Mason Brew, who all had double digits in the points categories. They lost 3 of their 4 players who tallied 10 or more goals. They returned 31 of their 90 goals this year, but returned both their goalies, so that is key for Mandan. Well, let's head on over to tonight's national anthem. That was tonight's national anthem here on the PSP Network. Puck drop coming your way when we return here from the Star Inn Sports Complex.
Every football fan has their Sunday routine. Maybe it's setting your lineup, firing up the grill, or claiming your spot on the couch. But the center of every Sunday is the drive. The morning drive home before kickoff. The drive to your buddy's watch party. Wherever you're headed, we can take you there.
At Schatz Crossroads, we make 8 gallons of homemade ranch dressing every day. So you can smother your dinner salad with it, dip those crispy golden French fries in it, and dunk your breaded chicken strips. You can even cover your... Wait, no. You can't put ranch on steak. Or can you? Schatz Crossroads. Don't forget the ranch.
Welcome back in, and we are ready for game number 2 of our doubleheader between Century and Mandan. Century won the girls' game 5-3. Now we'll see who takes the favor in the boys' competition. Braden Krause will fall in the face-off there. It is won by Keaton Schulte. Again, he's one of our player spotlights for Century tonight. Adam Walker plays it around the board to Caleb Uhlberg. Uhlberg, one of those most experienced defensemen on the ice on either side. Here comes Braden Krause getting on his high horse. His shot is denied by Noah Hammer. Hammer gives that one the chicken wing shoulder there on the blocker save to get going. Krause trying to feed a pass through some traffic. Poked loose, and here comes Schulte. Schulte's got some speed, but he is all surrounded by 4 different Braves defensemen. Whacked at it there, trying to get into the neutral zone are the Braves. Kept alive, working to the backhand is Livesay. Livesay brings it out. Try to work it on to Matt Mansmith, a senior. Plenty of room now to work with for the Braves. A nice play, Jackson drinks it, he fires one wide. Ben Mock, big hit. On the end, on the 23-on-23 contact, Mansmith delivers a big blow to Johnson. Jacob Walsh, the starting goaltender. Again, him and Anderson split pretty evenly last year in net for Mandan. Shot not going to quite find its way there by Jack Bacchus, a freshman. Again, we talked about the big freshman efforts for Century on the girls' side. Could potentially see that for Century here today from the boys' side as well. Plenty of freshmen, 5 freshmen on the varsity lineup for the Patriots. Puck is poked, trying to get his way around, but good box out effort by Liam Keller. Seeing some early hits, and here comes a penalty. First penalty in this one. It's going to go on the way of the Century Patriots heading into the box. It's Nick Koster. And here it is on your instant replay. Checking from behind there on Nick Koster. And that will put Mandan on the power play. Power play opportunity number 1 for Mandan. They saw their girls team have 7 power play opportunities. Seeing if they can try to strike on the first one. Play back around by Trenton Connor. Finds its way out of the neutral zone. They'll play a little tic-tac-toe. Drangson back to Yulberg. Yulberg with a head of steam. Sends it down. Little dump and chase. Waiting for it on the other end is Adam Walker. Walker shoved on the board there by Connor. Some more collisions down into the corner, but Kraus comes away with an alternate captain for the Braves. Yulberg patiently waiting. He delivers a shot, saved by Hammer. Loose puck in front, and it will be backhanded out of the zone by Hegarot. Walsh gets out of the net there. Almost a dangerous pass that kind of took forever to get there, but it does find it onto the tape of Drangson. Drangson weaves through. Poked into the corner, but kept in momentarily before finally getting out by Mansmith. Here comes Astle. Emerson Astle. He'll spin around. Hits the brakes. Into the corner. He has his pockets picked. And back on to Mandan, who has 40 seconds left on the power play. Liam Keller losing a stick, but not going to stray away from the play. There is Reese Frickman steering the Mandan player away from it. Cole Gobb centers one in to the slot, redirected out. Gobb picks it back up. From one side of the blue line to the other, it's Lobeck. Lobeck back to Gobb. Has it poked away by Astle. A strong shift for the junior. On the penalty kill. 5 seconds left. Shot fired. It goes 5-hole. Liam Keller, the sophomore, strikes first for Mandan. Liam Keller with 3 seconds left on the power play. .13:09 remaining in the first period. It's Liam Keller with his first varsity goal. One power play goal for Mandan, 1 for 1. Liam Keller gets him on the board and gets a big cheer from the pack house. It's Brody Skalski. And there's a penalty coming away on Century. So after a power play goal for Mandan, they'll get another whack at it. So Keller assisted by Skalski, and as they're sending a Century Patriot into the box, let's take a look at the instant replay brought to you by Ryan Family Dealership. Look at that on the dot. Sending it in is Liam Keller. Skalski was in on our player spotlight. There you see it from last year. He gets the assist on Liam Keller. Top returning point getter there for Mandan was Skalski. Kraus dumps it in, tried a little give and go, steered away. Nice defensive play by Keaton Schulte, but kept in on the blue line. Trying to dangle around with its Adam Walker. Kraus checked off the puck, will not give up, trying to jam one home. Past Hammer, there was Mo, not going to quite get that one to go. Yulberg keeps it in. Some hard tic-tac-toe passing on the man advantage. Yulberg wants it. He will get it. Caleb Yulberg fires a shot. Great placement and a nice save for Noah Hammer. Hammer keeps it a one-goal game as Mandan out shooting Century to start. 5 shots to none. It was Mandan that started off with that first barrage and power on the girls' game. And same thing here in the boys' game. Starting it off in front of their home fans and a packed house here in the Star Inn Sports Complex. Big time hit. That's going to get the crowd going, but trying to quickly shut it down. A nice shot there from Skalski. But a big hit by Trenton Connor, and it's Connor that might have got the worst end of it. He's slow to get to the bench. He is now off into the bench, and they bring in a change for him. 45 seconds on the power play for Mandan. Another hit for Emerson Astle, and this is a Century team that was very physical last year. Look back into the consolation game between Botno Rugby and Century, and I thought that was one of the most physical games I have seen at the high school level, especially in that first period. And that's exactly how Century's starting it out right now. Shot whistling high by Cole Gobb, a sophomore defenseman. Again, both these teams running 3 defensemen that have no varsity experience today. But they'll get plenty of experience this year. Gobb, one of them. Yulberg has plenty of experience. He was trying to get a shot to go, but it was kind of sliding off the tape, and that will close out the power play. So successful penalty killed for the Patriots. They're 1 for 2 on the PK. You saw the girls' Patriots score 2 short-handed goals, and that was really kind of the difference in that game. They had a power play 1. That was the game winner. But to really get the ship steer in the right direction for the girls, it was those short-handed opportunities. Shots right now still all on the side of Mandan, 5-0. As face-off on the near circle. Century wins the draw. Nice little back pass there from Frickman. Schulte trying to shove that one forward, but it's taken away by Adam Walker. Walker to his backhand. Tries to spin around. It's taken away from him, but he's not going to give up on it. Walker and Kraus trying to connect there. Big hit from behind there by Drangston. Before the puck goes all the way down the ice, Yulberg will capture it and send it back to Kraus. Backpedaling now is Reese Frickman, the freshman. Plenty of freshmen on this team, 5 freshmen to be exact. Frickman fans on the shot. Now we'll play it behind the boards for Heath Frickman. So Reese to Heath. Big time hit. Astle goes down on a big check from Colton Johnson. Johnson had his bell rung earlier in this contest. Now he gets to do some bell ringing of his own. Hertz spins around, plays it on over to Colton Johnson. Pass finds its way to Brady Barrett, and they'll try to send it down. Right place, right time. Get in the way of that puck there is Jake Bacchus. Patriots have possession. Livesay tries to work it up to Astle. Not going to work. Both these two teams right now just jockeying for position, trying to get it into their offensive zones. Playing a lot of neutral zone hockey right now, but now a dump and chase for Mandan, seeing if they can try to keep it there. Quick catch and shoot on the blue line from Yulberg. It is blocked. Seems that was Gobb on the shot. Check right there at center ice, issued by Oliver Sparks, the sophomore. Quick feed pass. It's deflected by the Braves. Bring it right to mid-ice before being sent back down by Sparks. Gobb behind his own net. has that puck, the pass blocked, but on a second attempt, will get it to go, and now they'll string it along to Barrett. Barrett to Mock, his shot pushed into his corner by Hammer. Right in front of the Patriots bench. Back on the stick of Mock. Mock finding Lobeck. Sends it down with 8:04 remaining in period number one. About halfway through the opening period. Here comes a clap bomb off the back iron. Oh, that one almost redeflected back in front of the crease. A nice slap shot there from Brogan Lobeck. Already having the first goal on the day. Liam Keller, he's fighting to get that puck back. See his teammate end up getting it in Mock. Back to Keller. Could not quite keep that one on the tape. Played in the air and sent back in by Lobeck. A far shot kicked aside by Hammer. Dancing around now with it's Ian Thompson. Play it around. Back behind their own goal, Reese Frickman will advance the puck on over to Keaton Schulte. Schulte, he's got some burners, loses the puck, and now seeing if Mandan can try to capitalize. A big-time check by Hagerut. Plowing forward is Bo Miller, the senior defenseman. Played in about half the games last year, 15 games played, and had 2 assists. Miller made the start today. Schulte, that one whistles high. Waiting on for the other end is Bacchus. Bacchus seals the zone, but Mandan regains position. Trying to get it out of their side of the ice. Kind of stayed up there as a couple of Century Patriots once down. They're back up though. Drankson hits the brakes, tries to dangle through a defender. He's pushed up by not one, not two, but 3 different Patriots. He'll get the puck and try to settle things down again. Livesay, bodied by Adam Walker. Loose puck, Kraus tries to backhand one, not going to make its way to the net. Goes all the way down to Jacob Walsh. Again, he's kind of split duty with Cooper Anderson. Last season could very well be kind of the case this year. But they got to love that both their goalies return. Puts them at a big advantage in WDA with having both goalies back for another season. Anderson, a senior, Walsh, the junior. Shots all in favor of Mandan, 7-0. It's been a last couple minutes really in the neutral zone. Team's trying to find a little bit momentum and rhythm. Again, the girls, they both played last weekend against Notre Dame Academy. So kind of had that warm-up game. This is right into the action. Here's a quick turn and shoot by Logan Hertz. And that one blockered aside by Hammer. Playing it into Hertz. Hertz chips it off the board. As Lobeck gets checked and now powering through. And I believe that will be the first shot on net for the Patriots. Going to come by Reese Frickman, the freshman. If that does get counted, Yulberg gets a couple good whacks at it, but does not make its way to the net. Just far of it, just to the left. Liam Keller, he's got the goal. He's trying to keep it in his own zone, but it's Astle takes it away. They did not count that a shot on goal, so it still stays 8-0. Century, though, that will be a shot on goal, a backhand opportunity for Keaton Schulte that goes up and over the net. Mandan leads 1-0, 4:30 remaining in period number one. Let's take a look at that last opportunity for Keaton Schulte. Well, that might have rang iron, so that still might not be the first technical shot on goal for the Patriots. They have not put it on the score sheet, so I guess they're going to say that rang iron, not a shot on goal. Mock tries to wrap around, loose puck. Just getting a piece of it there was Liam Keller up front. Try to get his second goal of the night. But it's controlled by Hammer once more. Let's see that once again. Here it is, just wrapping around the net. Good effort. Just could not quite get all of it there. Was Keller up front. Mandan wins the draw. Playing it in. A shot and a goal for Ben Mock, the second sophomore to score for Mandan to go up 2-0. It is the sophomore party to start for Mandan. They've had the first 10 shots on goal, and they go up 2-0. You see the puck quickly getting thrown on because that one probably going right on his mantle there. A great play and a great setup. Ben Mock picking up the goal. With about 4 minutes remaining. Cole Gobb and Skalski going to get the call. That's Skalski's second assist on the night, putting Mandan up 2-0. 3:40 remaining in period number 1. They have controlled it right now, 10 shots to 0. But physicality-wise, you probably have to give that edge to Century. Maybe that will wear and tear on Mandan in the later parts of this game, but that's just going to have to be something that we keep an eye on. Kraus goes after, but it will be a whistle there as the ref will pick up the puck. Let's take a look at that replay. Oh, no, I hit the wrong button, so no, we will not look at that replay. We'll look at it. We'll probably look at it in the intermission show of that goal from Ben Mock, assisted by Gobb and Skalski. But either way, 3:14 remaining here in period number 1. Kraus finds Drangson. Drangson will chip it up over 2 outstretched arms of the Patriots. Astle will slow things down and find Frickman. Frickman to Schulte, back to Astle. Astle working to the far side, tries to weave in. He has his pockets picked. A nice little poke check from Gobb. Gobb pokes it, now has an opportunity on the offensive end, but can't quite hold on to it as Schulte powers forward. Colton Johnson sends the puck, will get stopped, does not go all the way around. Now works its way into the corner. Walker gets up, loose puck, trying to get something to go for it, but works all the way down to the mid-ice line. Didn't take away a Mandan shot, just something to note. Shots right now 9-0, not 10-0. As Easton Eggert sends it along. Matt Mansmith, he's had a pretty good period when his number's been called. He works behind the crease. Poked forward by Walker. Little back and forth passing. Bo Miller now will advance the puck on a pass to Mansmith. Slow roller getting out of the kitchen there is Walsh. He'll backhand a pass over. Into Caden Lobeck. Here's a little quick pass to Logan Hurts. Hurts keeping the puck along the boards. Now finds it on to Lobeck. Lobeck, little stop and start. Good checking here for the Patriots here in this period. Again, they have won that physicality side of this period, but it's Mandan that has won the shots department and the goal department. Nice find, backhand effort, trying to jam it along, not gonna go. Caden Lobeck kind of reaching into the bag of tricks here. Nice little move. Weaves around a defender, goes to his backhand, but Hammer keeps it a 2-goal game. Trying to keep the Patriots in it to start. Mock wins the draw. He brings it into the corner. Turn and shoot. That one up and over the net off of Hammer. Now scooped up by Bo Miller. Miller's pockets picked. A centering attempt not going to go. Kept along. Miller now pushed into the corner. Batted out of the air with the hand of Brogan Lobeck. He finds Tyler Moe. Moe muscling it his way down there. He's going to kick it to himself, but he loses his stick in the process. Here's an opportunity, though, for Mandan, keeping it in. Shot blocked. Lobeck going to try it again. A second shot going to be just blocked the same. 30 seconds remaining in the opening frame, and Walsh will get an icing. 16 and a half minutes down. 2-0 before we get ready for the first part of the Charbonneau Car Center intermission show right here on the PSP Network. Kraus going against Schulte. Give the face-off win to Kraus. Keeping it in is Julberg. Fires a shot. Second effort on the rebound try by Skalski. It's kicked away. Skalski's got 2 assists. He tried to put a goal in on the stat sheet to go with it. 15 seconds. Schulte weaves his way. 10 seconds and an offsides. Things on the offensive end are just not going the way of the Patriots here in the first period. It looked like Schulte was going to have the potential shot for that official first shot on goal for the Patriots. But it was an offsides. That negates that try. 7 seconds. Kraus works around a check. 3 seconds. Will the Braves get a shot off in time? No, they will not. As that will do it for period number 1. Mandan's offense on full display. They lead 2-0, and they lead in the shot department. 13 shots, 2 centuries, 0. First part of the Charbonneau Car Center intermission show coming your way when we return on the PSP Network.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
Dakota Community Bank and Trust, your trusted partner for commercial and business loans. We not only provide lending you need to grow your business, but we also reinvest in our communities. We believe in strengthening our businesses and creating opportunities for success. Choose Dakota Community Bank and Trust for your commercial and business loans, and together let's keep our communities thriving.
Serving the community, looking out for you. At Dakota Community Bank and Trust, that's what we do.
Planning for the future is difficult, but pre-planning your funeral is a thoughtful way to ease the burden on your loved ones. At Stevenson Funeral Home, our compassionate team will help you create a personalized plan that reflects your values. We'll make sure that your wishes are honored and that your family will have peace of mind in a challenging time. Call us today to start your pre-planning journey. You can count on us to be with you every step of the way. Stevenson Funeral Home.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by media platforms. ESP Network, it's game day.
At Ryan Buick GMC, we treat every day like game day.
1.2-liter turbo engine, ultra-wide screen.
1.2-liter turbo engine, ultra-wide screen, on 2. Ready?
We know how to get you in the right vehicle.
Blue Canyons, and hut, hut.
From the test drive to the handoff, we make every step easy. This season, start your drive at Ryan Buick GMC.
Nobody thinks about personal injury until it happens. But when injury strikes, so will your bills and the turmoil and everything you'll miss out on. It's a mess and you need someone to help it all make sense. That someone is Schweigert, Clemene, and McBride. We know the territory and the process, and we work smart and hard to get you results. It's easier to get back to normal knowing there's a team behind you. We're the ones the other side doesn't want you to call. We're on your side. We're Schweigert, Clemene, and McBride.
For decades, Nodak Insurance Company has been serving our state's residents in good times and challenging times. We come together for the greater good, from simple acts of kindness to company-wide efforts that make a difference in our community. It's who we are, rooted in North Dakota and ready to serve when it matters most. Nodak Insurance Company, agents with answers.
Darren Johnson, Cody Olson, and Scott Wilkins, your agents with answers in Mandan.
Welcome back here to the PSP Network. I'm Brock Widener joining you here for the first part of the intermission, of the first intermission between Century and Mandan in boys play. And hey, this one looks like it could be it could be a fun one as well, but it was Mandan that took control in period number 1 as Mandan outshot Century 13-0. And yes, I said that right, 13-0. Century does not have a shot on the board. We did have two kind of those cases where it could have been their first shot, might have not have been. There was that one where I can't remember if it was Astral who just kind of put one towards the direction of the net, and it was just a slow roller, but it did get to Walsh. They did not count that one, and then the other one hit the crossbar, so obviously wouldn't be counting as a shot unless it hit Walsh before then. But overall, they have it 13-0 on shots, so that is what we will roll with. And for Century, that's one of those things where, hey, you're outshot by 13 shots in the first period. You didn't have a shot in the first period, but you're still in this game. There's 34 minutes remaining in the contest, and you're only down by 2 goals. We saw Mandan's girls team come back from a 3-goal deficit to even the game up 3-3 in the closing minutes. Yes, Century would end up getting a goal late to still win that game, but hey, those comeback efforts, they do happen. And for Century, we knew they had kind of some experience up front. You know, it's one of those things where you bring back a couple of players that have experience in the forward group, in Kaysen Hagrit, Heath Frickman, as well as Keaton Schulte. But after that, a lot of players that do not have varsity experience. So, hey, that's your first period of your varsity experience, first period of the season. Put it behind you. Still 2 periods in this one to see if you get that first win on the season for Century. But for Mandan, they're doing a lot of things right now. They're just doing a good job of absorbing the check. Century is a team that likes to play physical. They played physical last year as well. But this is a team for Mandan that I thought did a really good job of kind of absorbing some of those body blows and then really putting the puck on net. 13 shots in that first period is a good mark. And 13:09 remaining in the first, so 4 minutes into it. It was Liam Keller, a sophomore, that picks up the goal on the power play, assisted by Brody Skalski. And then in the closing parts, the 4 minutes left, it was Ben Mock, another sophomore, assisted by Cole Gobb and Brody Skalski to make it 2-0. And now let's take a look at that play right here on the PSP Network. There you see right in the back of the net it goes, and the celebration at hand after And again, that is what made it 2-0. What a beautiful shot right there on the slot from Ben Mock. So 2-0 Mandan. And again, they've got that early lead. Let's see what goes on after for period number 2. But let's talk about some players that really like their play in for both these two teams. For Century, let's talk about Emerson Astral, kind of a big-bodied guy. Played about 10 games last year, did not have a point, but really liked kind of what he brings. So kind of maybe a little bit of that sandpaper and grit to that lineup. Had seen him have a couple of big hits, but able to advance the puck into the offensive zone a couple of times as well. Seen Keaton Schulte. He shows his flashes as well of what he can do. Again, led this team in returning scores with 14 goals, 18 assists last year. Again, our kind of our X factor to keep an eye on. And really like the play of one of those freshmen, Reese Frickman. Thought he did really good in his first varsity reps, especially of laying the lumber. He's let out some big hits, has Frickman. Now for Mandan, Cole Gobb, a sophomore defenseman. He's got an assist tonight. I liked what he's done. Caleb Yulberg doesn't have a point in that first period, but really like what he has done with the puck on his stick as a defenseman, and really able to add in kind of a little bit of that offense, create some offensive opportunities for his team in that blue line. Last year had 8 points, 5 goals, 3 assists. Keep an eye on him as well. Brody Skalski, Jackson Dragson, as well as Liam Keller and Braden Krause have all really kept the barrage of attacks and helped get those 13 shots on the board for Mandan. And we'll see what the second period has in store for us. When we come back in, we'll take a look at scores around the great state here in basically opening night in a lot of locations here. But again, opening night between Mandan and Century. Mandan leads after one. 2-0 more to come on the Intermission show, brought to you by Charbonneau Car Center.
The Jersey Mike's catering box is the easiest way to feed your friends. The hard part is picking your sub. That's why we're having a draft. With the first pick, Sarah from Carolina selects number 13, the original Italian.
You know, I trusted my gut, and that's exactly where the sub's going to go. So
hold on, we've got a trade. Jake traded his second pick with me, because I'm starved.
Freshly sliced subs to go, wherever you and your friends go. Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
Dakota Community Bank and Trust, your trusted partner for commercial and business loans. We not only provide lending you need to grow your business, but we also reinvest in our communities. We believe in strengthening our businesses and creating opportunities for success. Choose Dakota Community Bank and Trust for your commercial and business loans, and together let's keep our communities thriving.
Serving the community, looking out for you. At Dakota Community Bank and Trust, that's what we do.
Being in business for over 25 years, we've learned a lot about why local matters. Unlike those guys, we take pride in our work and back our tires with our Plus Plan guarantee to get the most out of your tire's lifespan.
Are the tires the same size on all the sides?
We strive to provide great value to our guests and lowest prices guaranteed.
That's not good.
Stop at a trusted tire and auto and get a set of tires from people you know and trust, and will even match those guys.
That sinking feeling you get when this happens? That's oil change-anxiety. The anxiety of being without a car with a billion things to do. The fear of being overcharged. The stress of not knowing where to go or who to trust. But you never get those feelings at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, where you can watch us work right from your car, and we finish up in about 15 minutes.
We changed your oil and did our 18-point safety check.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Service you can see, experts you can trust.
The first intermission coming close to an end. But before it does, let's talk about scores around the state. Let's start off with girls play. Again, Century defeated Mandan tonight 5-3 in a thriller. Then at the end of 2 periods, Grand Forks, the Night Riders, lead over Devils Lake 3-0 at the end of 2. And Fargo North-South, the projected top team, up 5-1 over West Fargo. That's with 4 minutes remaining in the third. Now let's talk about the boys' games around the state. Devils Lake leads over Botno Rugby 2-1 in the second period. I've called that game the last 2 years to start the season. It's always close. I think last year went to overtime, so we'll keep an eye on that one. Fargo North over Shanley right now, 2-1 in the third period. And again, Mandan over Century 2-0. Jamestown Bismarck, don't got a score update on that one. And again, Williston and Minot was postponed due to the weather we got overnight and this morning in the Peace Garden State. So there you go. Taking a look ahead, Dickinson Mandan taking on each other on Friday night. And again, you can watch that right here on the PSP Network. Dickinson and Mandan will have that too for you right there on Black Friday. So should be some fun hockey there in the Queen City as well after Dickinson defeated Aberdeen 5-2 last weekend. But now let's switch it off of one banner and get ready for period number 2. Second period coming up on our way. Again, shots at the end of the first period. 13-0 Mandan. Mandan was 1 for 2 on the power play. For Century, it's about getting shots on net, getting pucks on net. That is the name of the game for Century to try to get back on this. And I think that was probably at the forefront of Troy Olson, of his locker room speech. For a young Pats team, Kraus fires a hard pass. That one off with a stick of Walker. Liked Walker's play so far today. Yulberg almost gets one to bounce through, but it's Hammer that just gets enough to redirect that one out. Hammer on his 14th save, maybe a little bit of luck on that one. Drangson, 14th shot, faced on that one, Played across. Drangson did a good job of taking the puck right there. Now he'll go for a line change. It's Keller now that jumps in as Liam Keller scored the opening goal. And if the score would stand, it would be Liam Keller that would have the game-winning goal. Keller dekes around, plays it on to the blue line to Johnson. Johnson fans on his pass, and it's taken away by Keaton Schulte. Schulte tries to dump it into himself. He'll race around, try to work around Gobb, who does a good job boxing him out. Kept in by Mansmith. Mansmith to Schulte. Now Livesay backhands one around the crease. Schulte from the dot. That one fires high. Trying to keep it in and does momentarily as Bacchus, but it's taken away. Keller looking for a second goal. No, he's going to set it up a nice little feed pass. Backhand for Skalski, just going to go wide. Skalski's got 2 assists, and again, is looking for that goal tonight. Shot from the blue line. That's kick saved by Hammer. It was Johnson the one to fire it from the distance. Gobb. Little handle there, and it's a glove save by Hammer. Hammer has seen a lot of action tonight on his side of the rink. The first period, and now here in the second, look at Cole Gobb. That's a sophomore making a nice play, making room for his own self to make a play. Nice little move, backhand, not going to work its way through, and that one going to hit into the iron on a shot there from Barrett. And Barrett will get ran over. A freight train named Jack Bacchus was all on his tracks there. Shot for Yulberg, blocked up front, staying with it, firing a shot, bar down, it's in for Brady Barrett. Brady Barrett had a great opportunity earlier in his shift, and then he scores, and he's going to flip it on in the bench. It's his first varsity goal. Mandan has scored 3 goals tonight, and all 3 goals have been by sophomores. Just fitting. The sophomore class, 13 sophomores on the Braves varsity lineup. And 3 of them have scored tonight. And they will say it is unassisted for Meredith. A nice play there for Meredith. We'll take a look at that one at the next stoppage. Yulberg. Oh, Yulberg goes down, turn and shoot. And a save by Walsh, his first on the night. Nick Koster gets the first shot for Century, but let's take a look at the latest goal from Brady Barrett. A little top cheddar. Here it is. Boom. Not sure if that one maybe touched it out the bar or not, but either way, Barrett picks up his first varsity goal. 3 sophomore goals for Mandan. It's been the days of the underclassmen. Century wins in the girls' game. 5 goals, all scored by freshmen. And now Mandan leads in the boys' game, all goals scored by sophomores. Powering through a check again is Liam Keller. Keller, though, try to get around a defender, but cannot quite on there at that end. Skalski dangles through. The captain leaves it behind the net for Ben Mock. He's got a goal. Gobb back to Mock. Dances around. Gobb fires a shot, and it's a glove save by Noah Hammer. Shot 17-1, 13-15 remaining in period number 2. Mandan has continued to keep the pedal to the metal on the offense. Keeping that puck in the Century zone. There's Emerson Astle. Talked about him in the intermission show of kind of what he brings physicality-wise. Gets a nice little check, but dangling around with him with the puck there is Barrett. Shot blocked up front. Bo Miller, the senior defenseman. He'll get ran into. The puck now will work its way behind the crease of Walsh. Astle's shot, that one not going to make it to the net. Hit off of a skate blade, and it goes near side. Hit into the corner, staying upright. Puck stays into the corner. Scooped up by Hertz. He'll swing it around. Stays in the blue line momentarily, but finds its way back on the tape of Miller. Miller gets hit by Gobb in a packed house here tonight. The Starion Sports Complex, not really a seat remaining. And then we've got fans on the top. We got fans on all sides of the rink. Heard the parking lot was pretty much entirely full tonight. We got a doubleheader. Hey, why not? Coming out to support these kids. It's a fantastic girls game. It's been a fun, entertaining boys matchup as well. Kraus, his shot just whistles wide. Gilberg fires a shot and then dishes that. Gets a hit there by Livesay. Nice shot there for Livesay. Now Yulberg picks it back up. Yulberg. Block shot on a sprawled out Patriots defenseman in the slot. Denied by Hammer. Brogan Lobeck was going to see if he could keep the sophomore party going. See if he can make it 4 different sophomores with goals. Kraus dipsy doodles his way around multiple defenders. Lobeck tames it down and finds Strangson. Back to Lobeck. And another glove save for Hammer. Hammer's been busy tonight. Again, you'd have to assume he would probably be the starting goaltender for this season. Him and fellow junior Christian Otterness, the goalkeepers. It was Kleingen that was kind of the mainstay for the last couple of years for the Patriots as that starting keeper. Hammer only had 4 games played last year. Went 3-1 and even picked up a win at the state tournament against Botno Rugby. In that consolation game that helped them get to the fifth place game where they would go on to defeat the Mandan Braves. That shot steered clear by Walsh's second save of the night. Puck to Keller. Keller feeds it up to Mock. Back to Keller. Save by Hammer. Oh, man, what a save. It was the two sophomores that have already scored on a breakaway, and Hammer comes up with his biggest save of the night. Let's check it out. Brought to you by Ryan Family Dealership. Look at Keller, patience. Finding on the nice play for Mock, but Hammer denies him at the doorstep. Hulberg fans on the shot. Taken away by Custer. But Custer cannot take it all the way down as Lobeck steals it away, and Skalski almost sends a Patriot into their own bench. Been a nice physical contest on both sides as Keller runs into Skalski trying to get in the zone. Pass taken away by Custer, goes down the length of the ice for an icing. Today's game brought to you in part by Farstead Oil. Contact Farstead Oil today to find out how their skilled sales team can help you achieve your wholesale fuel, mobile, lubricants, and DEF needs. Proudly serving North Dakota, Montana, and western Minnesota since 1938, committed to outstanding customer service and reliability. Farstead Oil. Shot from the blue line, blocker to side by Hammer. Frickman now will play down the ice from one number 8 to the other. Played forward by Grayson Krause. Another blue line shot from Gobb. Again, these sophomores have put on quite the display. They want to show their coaches, hey, we want this playing time. Shot saved by Walsh. Dangling puck as it continued to bounce off of a Mandan player and almost right back into the lap of Walsh as he will tame it down. Can be thanks out to the Aggie Foundation. Again, you can vote each week for the PSP Network Player Performance of the Week once we get those up and running once again for the winter season. Again, got this game, and then Mandan Dickinson also on the PSP Network this week. We'll start having basketball nearing the season as well. Plenty of basketball and hockey and some wrestling meets coming your way on the PSP Network this year, so stay tuned on our social media platforms, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. As Krause wins the draw for Mandan. Krause has that one poked by Frickman, who's going to lift that puck into the netting, and it will drop outside of the rink. Played back in by a fan with 9:29 left on the board here in the second period. We're almost exactly halfway done with this contest tonight. And for Century, they've got to start firing the shots. They got to start setting up that offense, making those adjustments. For the Braves, it's just trying to keep that foot on the gas pedal. Fargo North and Shanley both have scored since we last checked, 3-2, and so has Devils Lake and Botno. That's 3-2 as well late in the third. Face-off, give the win to Mandan. It's going to work away. Krause scoops it up. He's got some room. Krause fires a shot, just getting a bit of the mitten on that one was Hammer. Works its way into the corner from one way to the other. Hagrut gets hit there, and now he's back up to his feet, finds Schulte. Schulte at mid-ice. Got ahead of steam, but it looks like an offside. They will call that one back. Referee and Case and Haggard having a little bit of a conversation. Looks like that is going to be short-lived, and we'll be back on action. Face-off won by the Patriots after Mandan won the last 2 or 3 face-off draws. Shot kicked aside by Walsh. Back into the corner is Oliver Sparks. Sparks plays it to the blue line. Extra pass. Bo Miller fakes the one-timer, controls it, puts a puck on net. Lots of pushing and shoving up front, but another save for Jacob Walsh. It was all built up by that pump fake shot there for Bo Miller. You thought it was going to be a one-timer. I think the defense thought that as well, but he holds on to it, then fires the shot up front. Lots of traffic, but could not get that rebound opportunity. That's what you want to see out of your netminder if you're Mandan, not allowing those second chance opportunities to scoop it up cleanly. Bacchus, a freshman defenseman, works to Bo Miller, a senior defenseman. Back to Bacchus, has it almost stolen away, but Century will keep it remaining of the puck. Oliver Sparks. Sparks dangles back, keeping it in is Miller. Right on the blue line it was. Loose puck up front, right in the slot. Mandan, though, will get it out of the danger zone. Century starting to ramp up the pressure. Keller, his shot almost kind of hits the skate blade there of a Patriot defenseman and almost has a friendly redirection, but does steer wide of the net. Powering through his mock. His pass blocked away, and back on the high horse for the Patriots. It's Matt Mansmith. Circling in with it's Johnson. He'll flip one just to the goal there. Low danger opportunity. Quickly steered across by Hammer. Mock around. Tries to wrap one in front. Back to the back of the net. The puck goes. Moe's there off the boards. Nice little dangle. Not even one, but 2 nice dangles by Gobb. But that one into the netting, and it was so nice. I want to look on the dangles from the replay. Brought to you by Ryan Family Dealership. Watch this. Again, this is a sophomore defenseman. Yep. And one more. Why not? That was in the back. If that one in the back of the net, that would have been a instant classic goal. That's for sure. Weeze pass, not 1, but 2 Patriots. For Gobb, who's had a stellar varsity debut as a sophomore. Gobb going to whistle that one wide. A lot of commotion and checking along the boards for both teams. Puck into the near corner. Patriots break out of the zone with it. Kaysen Hagrid fires one from the blue line, gobbled up by Walsh. Again, after having no shots on net in period number 1, 7 shots in period number 2 for Century. So they have ramped up the production, but for them, Mandan is still on course. They had 13 shots in the first period, and right now 12 shots in the second period. It's just here in this first or the second period, you've seen more shots kind of on both sides as Logan Hurts wraps around the net. Keeps his head up, trying to examine where to go with the puck. Pass from Barrett. That one going to be poked away and flipped up and over all the way down the ice. Scooped up by Gobb. Ref jumps over the puck there. Nick Koster back on to Frickman. That one high. Right off the glass. Keeping possession of the Patriots. Back to Frickman. Could not quite tame that one down. And he's going to have a Mandan Brave all over him of Caden Lobeck. He'll find Miller. A little keep away from Lobeck, but Lobeck gets it on the tape. Centers a pass. Not getting all of it was Hurts. So it's pushed aside by the stick of Hammer. 5:50 remaining. Gobb. Nice little pass to Barrett. Barrett chips down. A little dump and chase. Get a line change. And now holding up that puck is Krause, so his Braves teammates can get off the line change. Nice little backhand maneuver. A second effort. Both denied by Hammer, but Walker relentless. A little sack top blaring on the PA system. Zach Top, one of those rising country artists, performed in Bismarck not too long ago. It was a great concert. Take that from me, one of the better concerts I think I've ever been to. As Miller works it across his own net and all the way down the ice it goes. 5:27 remaining in the second period. The shots on goal represent a football score, if you will, 28-7, favoring Mandan. They lead by a field goal on the scoreboard as well, a BNC National Bank scoreboard. Locations around North Dakota, Minnesota, Arizona. BNC National Bank provides you with banking and wealth management for businesses and family. Visit bnc.bank today online. Pass on the blue line, keeping in there momentarily was Grayson Kraus. Now he'll bring it back into his own zone. Kraus to Yulberg. Pokes one forward. Racing after it now is Walker. Walker to Kraus, hits the brakes. Nice opportunity, another two back-to-back. Fantastic kick saves by Hammer. We'll have to take a look at that on the Ryan family dealership, but the pressure still applying. Yulberg blocked up front. Yulberg not allowing that puck to go far and not allowing the Patriots to get a line change, but they will say icing, so Patriots will get fresh legs out there. Well, let's see these big saves for Hammer off the relentless effort for the Mandan offense. Here's one, here's two. That second one there by Jackson Dranks, and I'm not sure how Hammer got to that other side of the crease. Well, that's big, keeping a 3-goal deficit. Especially at this point, 3 goals still manageable. We saw that with the girls' game where Mandan trailed by 3, and eventually they would tie it up 3-3 before Century would win it 5-3. But again, 3 goals can try to equal around that out. Scooped up by Ben Mock. Mock finds it to Johnson. Johnson weaves around the Patriots. Shot by Walker, into the netting it goes after it was paddled away by Hammer. Well, that was shot number 30 on net for Mandan. If you thought their 13 shots on goal in the first period were impressive, well, they got 17 shots on goal in period number 2. Century will play it into the neutral zone. Whacked in by Gobbin. Oh, had to be paying attention there. I think that was caught. Yes, it was. That was a clean catch by Caleb Yulberg. Yeah, he's ready for baseball season there. That is some shortstop action there. Right on a line. Yulberg even looking over at Cooper Anderson saying, look at that windmill catch right there. Windmill save. That's why I got to be paying attention even when you're on the bench. And Yulberg did just that. Played up by Easton Eggert. Eggert goes blocker's side, and that's going to be a high stick as a Mandan player tried to whack that one down, and it got in to a Century Patriot. That will be a face-off coming up. Those danger plays there where you get a kind of someone sticks in the air, kind of swinging. Face-off won by Century. Schulte's shot denied. Astle goes down on a big hit by Yulberg. Slowly down the ice it goes. Hammer had the hand in the air, and it will be an icing. .310 remaining in period number 2. Mandan leads 3-0. Century seeing if they can try to find a late goal to head into the second intermission with. Frickman Centers out a pass. Here comes a clap bomb there, a slap shot. Steered away. Nice shot, though, by Bacchus. Quick passing. Yulberg will tame it down by the Century bench. Now he'll send it back from one side of the ice to the other. Scooped up by Lobeck. Brogan Lobeck flips it down behind the crease. Astle laying the lumber, but the puck will be on the stick of Hertz, and Hertz goes down. Frickman lays it down again. The freshman defenseman has been laying the boom all night long for the Patriots. That one forced Hertz to lose his stick, and he's just going to go off and get a line change. Been a very physical matchup between these two, and that one another blocker save from Walsh. Off the shot from Hagrid. Two players on both sides. Jostling for the puck will be played into the neutral zone by Mandan, retrieved by Century. Push forward by Hagrid, taken away. Quickly there by Jackson Dragson. Dragson goes down to a knee. Now he's pushed by a pair of Patriots into the corner. His teammate of Kraus comes away with the puck. Kraus right into the breadbasket on a point-blank save by Hammer. Kraus had it on the near circle, all by his lonesome, but Hammer shuts the door again. Hammer with his 28th save on the night. Again, Hammer did not play against Mandan last season. It's his first time against the Braves at the varsity level. Kleingen got both starts last year against Mandan, but he has since graduated too. Patriots run into each other there. Allow Mandan to keep it in to their offensive zone. Kraus weaving into the slot, fires a shot. Almost a redirected on a rebound opportunity by Adam Walker, who again has had a really strong start to this game. Walker retrieves it behind Hammer. He'll spin around a defenseman. Lays it on to Dragson and works its way to Gobb. Gobb thought he lost the puck, but no, it was an escape play the entire time. As he starts backpedaling, now he'll kick it forward. Goes off the glass of the scorer's table there, the penalty boxes, and fed back across. Played up by Dragson. With 43 seconds remaining before the Charbonneau Car Center second intermission. Gobb, fans on the shot. Mandan, those keeping the puck on their stick. Turn and shoot for Mock. Not sure if it made its way there. Lots of traffic up front. Colton Johnson, his will make it through, but it's kicked away by Hammer with 20 seconds remaining in the period. Johnson to Mock, weaves his way through. Picked up by Brogan Lobeck. He loses the handle. Finds Mock with 7 seconds. I think Mandan going to just try to milk the clock in the final seconds to hear the horn, and that's what they will do. Some pushing and shoving after the whistle, but that will be the end of the period as Mandan adds a goal to their lead. 3-0 at the end of period number 2. Mandan out shooting Century 33-10 in the contest. And the second intermission brought to you by Charbonneau Car Center, coming your way after a short break.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by sure to like and follow PSP Network on all social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
Dakota Community Bank and Trust, your trusted partner for commercial and business loans. We not only provide lending you need to grow your business, but we also reinvest in our communities. We believe in strengthening our businesses and creating opportunities for success. Choose Dakota Community Bank and Trust for your commercial and business loans, and together let's keep our communities thriving.
Serving the community, looking out for you. At Dakota Community Bank and Trust, that's what we do.
Planning for the future is difficult, but pre-planning your funeral is a thoughtful way to ease the burden on your loved ones. At Stevenson Funeral Home, our compassionate team will help you create a personalized plan that reflects your values. We'll make sure that your wishes are honored and that your family will have peace of mind in a challenging time. Call us today to start your pre-planning journey. You can count on us to be with you every step of the way. Stevenson Funeral Home.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience.
The foundation of the financial planning approach at Legacy Financial Partners is a personal relationship. Our unique and collaborative approach to financial planning starts with your dreams, not just the numbers. We will work with you regularly to take action to update your plan as your needs evolve, recommending products and services that are right for your situation.
The Jersey Mike's catering box is the easiest way to feed your friends. The hard part is picking your sub. That's why we're having a draft. With the first pick, Sarah from Carolina selects number 13, the original Italian.
You know, I trusted my gut, and that's exactly where the sub's gonna go, so.
Hold on, we've got a trade. Jake traded his second pick with me, because I'm starved.
Freshly sliced subs to go, wherever you and your friends go. Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
Dakota Community Bank and Trust, your trusted partner for commercial and business loans. We not only provide lending you need to grow your business, but we also reinvest in our communities. We believe in strengthening our businesses and creating opportunities for success. Choose Dakota Community Bank and Trust for your commercial and business loans, and together let's keep our communities thriving.
Serving the community, looking out for you. At Dakota Community Bank and Trust, that's what we do.
We started with small beginnings. And just like the visionary entrepreneurs we serve, we turned an idea into reality. Today, we give you the power to grow your ideas by building meaningful relationships in the communities we serve. Because it's the same place we started. BNC National Bank, where possibilities begin right here at home.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by follow PSP Network on all social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
Welcome back in to the the second intermission. Time is flying by. You would have not known that we've had a double-header here tonight. At least in my book, it seems like we have just got here in Mandan tonight. But no, we are almost done with the doubleheader, believe it or not. This has been a very fun doubleheader to be part of to kick off the 2025-2026 hockey season here in the state of North Dakota. Century and Mandan. Again, if you're just joining us, you missed a really fun girls contest. Again, go back and watch it right here on the PSP Network if you want. Lots of highlight-worthy plays in that game. It was Century that jumped out to a 3-0 lead. Mandan battled back, tied it up 3-3. But Century just had one of those days. It was all freshmen that scored all 5 of their goals, and that helped them pick up 5-3. And now Mandan having one of those days as well. It's instead of a freshman party, it's a sophomore party for Mandan. 3-0 Mandan leads, and they've just kept the pressure up against Century, who's just kind of struggled to find a rhythm offensively. And for Mandan, they have just continued to pepper Noah Hammer. In the first period, they scored early, 4 minutes into the contest. Liam Keller on a power play goal, assisted by Brody Skalski. And then Ben Mock got the second goal, 4 minutes remaining in the first period, assisted by Colt Gobb, and Brody Skalski got in his second assist. That would be the score at the end of the first period, 2-0. Mandan outshot Century 13 shots to 0. Century did not have a shot on net in the opening frame, but for Century, you saw a little bit more of that offensive rhythm in period number 2. Had 10 shots on net in the second period, but for Mandan, they even bettered their offensive output as well. 20 shots on net in the second period alone. That brings up the total shots to 33-10, favoring Mandan, and Mandan would score early on in period number 2. 14:33 left in it. Brady Barrett rifled one in, and that would make it 3-0, and that is the one that we will show you right here on the intermission show. Here we go, the kind of your play of the second period. Watch Barrett on one knee, gets a block shot, picks back up, and fires another one that goes top. Let's see it again. Relentless effort for a sophomore, the third sophomore to score a goal, and it was a beautiful one at that. And again, that makes it 3-0 in favor of the home team, Mandan. So 3-0 Mandan, that is where we sit. Power plays right now, we haven't had a ton of penalties. We saw a lot in the girls' game where we were in double digits. I believe Century had about 8 penalties or something like that. Mandan had about 6 or 7 penalties as well. So that was a game where you had a lot of players sent to the penalty box. Not so much in this one. I believe only 2 penalties, both on Century. I might be missing one. But again, Mandan 1 for 2 on the power play there in the opening period. Well, that's going to do it for the first part of our intermission show. Again, this second intermission brought to you in part by Charbonneau Motors. They know that drivers in New England, Richardson, Belfield, Wilson, Dickinson, North Dakota, Glendive, Montana, work hard, play hard, and need a car that can keep up. That's why they choose to offer Buick, GMC, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram lineup at their dealership in Dickinson. If you're interested in learning more, stop into their showroom and treat yourself to a test drive. You can visit them online at CharbonneauMotors.com.
Nobody thinks about personal injury until it happens. But when injury strikes, so will your bills and the turmoil and everything you'll miss out on. It's a mess, and you need someone to help it all make sense. That someone is Schweigert, Clemene, and McBride. We know the territory and the process, and we work smart and hard to get you results. It's easier to get back to normal knowing there's a team behind you. We're the ones the other side doesn't want you to call. We're on your side. We're Schweigert, Clemene, and McBride.
Every football fan has their Sunday routine. Maybe it's setting your lineup, firing up the grill, or claiming your spot on the couch. But the center of every Sunday is the drive. The morning drive home before kickoff. the drive to your buddy's watch party. Wherever you're headed, we can take you there.
The Jersey Mike's catering box is the easiest way to feed your friends. The hard part is picking your sub. That's why we're having a draft. With the first pick, Sarah from Carolina selects number 13, the original Italian.
You know, I trusted my gut, and that's exactly where the sub's going to go. So
Hold on, we've got a trade. Jake traded his second pick with me, because I'm starved.
Freshly sliced subs to go, wherever you and your friends go. Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
The foundation of the financial planning approach at Legacy Financial Partners is a personal relationship. Our unique and collaborative approach to financial planning starts with your dreams, not just the numbers. We will work with you regularly to take action to update your plan as your needs evolve, recommending products and services that are right for your situation.
Since 2003, the architects and engineers at Ackerman Esvold have been enhancing everyday life. From response times to commute times, we've helped create critical infrastructure, enhancing highway safety, flood protection, and public education. And we're no stranger to enhancing fun, family outings, and even game time. Ackerman Esvold, working to enhance your everyday life.
At Planning Team Financial Advisors, we help individuals create their personalized strategies. We specialize in financial planning, retirement planning, insurance, and 401k distribution options. Don't leave your future to chance. Call Planning Team Financial Advisors today for a free retirement review. Planning Team Financial Advisors, your plan, your future, your team.
Let's take a look at scores around the great state here in North Dakota. They're going to get refreshed here, and here's what we got for you. In the boys, Devils Lake leads over Botno 3-2. 5 minutes remaining in the third. Fargo North victorious over Shanley 3-2. Then again, Mandan over Century 3-0. And again, Jamestown, Bismarck. No score update. I'm not sure if that one got postponed late or not. For the girls, Century again defeated Mandan 5-3. The Night Riders of Grand Forks picked up a 4-1 win over Devils Lake, and the top-ranked team, according to the coaches poll, Fargo North-South, the Spruans, pick up an impressive 5-1 victory over West Fargo. Well, we get ready for period number 3, or period number 6 of the doubleheader, if you want to go there. Again, this has been a quick doubleheader, in my opinion, and this has been a pretty quick game as well. I believe only 3 penalties, and pretty much all of them coming in that first period. So this is one that is flowing by. Was controlled early by Mandan, and they've really not let off the gas pedal, leading in the shots on goal category 33-10. And that is where Century needs to come out. That's your key to this third period for Century. Come out guns a-blazing. You got to get those shots on net if you're Century. It was a better second period offensively for the Patriots, going from 0 shots to 10 shots from the first to the second period. But now you're just trying to – it's kind of that thing of like you're trying to apply pressure and you're trying to take away that pressure from Mandan. So puck possession going to be key for the Patriots if they want to try to come back in this one. Patriots were projected second in WDA. Mandan was projected, I believe, was it 4th? So two teams not too far separated there in the coaches' poll. Kraus weaves his way through traffic. Left in for Drangson. Played back to Uleberg, back to Drangson. A little tic-tac-toe as he's pushed up against the wall. Against the boards, Kraus almost comes away with it. Still loose. Drangson and Walker will chip it back in for Mandan. Schulte does a little spin move. finds Astle. Emerson Astle to the backhand. He gets almost kind of tripped up, and then he will absorb a hit, but actually kind of levels of the defender that was hitting him more than he ended up getting hit there, Jackson Drankson. Really liked Astle's play again. Played about half of the games last year at the varsity lineup. But probably be one of those names to really keep an eye on this year and see how he develops into his junior campaign. Working with it now is Nick Coster. Has it taken away and now played back by Mandan. Loose pass. It allows Coster to go right back at it for Century. Mock tries to play it forward. Century doing a good job of keeping it in right now, and they will do it again. Keeping it in on the blue line is Ian Thompson. Centers a pass. Not quite going to be in that danger opportunity. He'll be scooped up, and here comes Cole Gobb. Gobb weaves his way in. On the backhand, now we'll fish it out along the boards for Mock. Mock quick pass, but all the three of the Mandan players are going for a line change, so it goes all the way onto the other side of the net there. Thought he would have a teammate to dish it out to, but no one was home. But no harm there for Mandan. They win the race back to the puck, now trying to control it. It's Caden Lobeck. Lobeck to Uhlberg, back to Lobeck, but they're trying to fight off Matt Mansmith. As it goes up the boards to Logan Hertz. Hertz has his pocket picks by Easton Carvo, and he play it back down as they'll go for a couple line changes for the Patriots. As Emerson Astle checks back in. Caden Lobeck fires it right there, kind of 5-hole, but it is absorbed by Hammer. 14-16. 34-10 on shots. Again, a part of a packed crowd here in the Stargate Sports Complex. Heard they kind of ran out of parking here in this great complex here in Mandan. As Drankson loses that one to Kaysen Hagrid. Dump and chase, Astle on the other end to receive it. Astle gets hit by Uhlberg, and here comes Mandan. Kraus shows his speed, but can't quite get there. Frickman powers through a check. Quick shot and a nice save by Walsh. So Walsh on the save. Gotta apologize there, just got that I still had the pregame banner. We'll pull that one right off for you. 14 minutes remaining. Off the Walsh save. And now scooped up by Colton Johnson. Johnson facing pressure, plays it back the other end. Kraus centers it and pass in for Drankson. He'll slowly wait, tries to find his way to attack. Frickman, though, will poke it loose. Frickman pastored all around, but he'll dump it back on over to Keaton Schulte. Sticks aside and into the netting by Walsh. Again, big thanks out to all our sponsors tonight. Make this broadcast possible. Big thanks out to Planning Team Financial Advisors. Whether you're looking for your full service financial plan or planning for farm or business succession, Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. Visit them online at planningteam.com. Planning Team Financial Advisors, helping clients work together for financial freedom. Keller working forward on it. Squeaking in on the side of the boards there. Well, is Coster. That shot going to go right around the net and picked up on the other end. Kept in on the blue line by Bacchus. Mandan are on that back check, or that forecheck, excuse me, trying to pressure there is Cole Gobb. Sent back down and scooped up by Mock. He's one of your 3 goal scorers on the night for Mandan. All 3 of them were sophomores so far. See if that trend continues. Get all 5 goals for Century girls were from freshmen. All 3 goals for Mandan boys were from, so far, sophomores. Keeping it as just an underclassman type of day here in Mandan. 12:25 remaining in the third period. Both teams trying to get a rhythm going here in this third period. Saw Mandan have that rhythm going on in the first period. Centuries kind of struggle a little bit offensively. The second period, it was very high paced, and this third period, a little bit slow starting for both sides. Face-off won by the Patriots. Oh, it's a nice pass there that gets through to Frickman. Off the pass from Schulte. Schulte, again, our X factor to keep an eye on. A top returning point getter from last year for the Patriots. Centering a pass can be taken away and played up by Barrett. Lobeck, his centering sweep not quite there. Pressured in to keep it alive as Logan Hurts. Whacked back, but up into the Century bench. Last touched by Brogan Lobeck. Also, big thanks out to Shots Crossroads, your post-game headquarters. Order online at shotscrossroads.com. Shots Crossroads get filled up on their delicious menu. That includes the famous number 99. Order online at shotscrossroads.com. Team buses are always welcome. (3-0) on the BNC National Bank scoreboard as Frickman plays it to Koster. Jam forward. Nice little check there. Frickman fakes the pass. Now will plow forward. He runs into a brick wall named Adam Walker. Drinks and powers forward, and another one that goes into the Century bench. Hey, what's the odds of it happening once, but now twice in the matter of a minute? Seen that a couple times. I think with 3 or 4 times so far in this game that the puck has been flipped into the benches, so you got to keep an eye on that. Trying to jam that one through, keeping it on with his skate blade was Colton Johnson. Now Adam Walker. Back to Krause, quick passes. Drankson fanning on the shot there is Johnson. He'll now just pass it out to Drankson. Fires a shot from an angle. That one gonna hit off the boards and go all the way down the opposite side of the ice. Gobb wins the race. Plays it to Johnson. Johnson back to Gobb. Buying time against a forward-checking Patriot squad, trying to get this puck back. Trying to be aggressive as they trail by 3 with less than 11 minutes remaining. And both these two teams, again, this is their first game of the season, trying to start 1-0, and this is a counter for WDA. So what could determine the seedings when we get to kind of February, March? It all comes back to games that we play in November and December. Playing it off the boards to himself is Skalski. He's got a 2-assist day. Skalski picks it up, wraparound, denied by Hammer, loose puck, jammed up by front. The puck is going to be stopped by Hammer once more. Let's take a look at that on the Ryan Family Dealership instant replay. Look at Brody Skalski. Trying to jam it forward. Mock was in there as well on that second or third effort. Trying to find his second goal. The girls' game, you had 3 different players that had 2-goal performances. So far, all 3 goal scorers in this game have been all different goal scorers. Hagrid, kind of one-hand efforts that puck in. Now gets another shot. What a save by Walsh. Definitely going to have to look at a replay of that sequence that Kaysen Hagrid almost had to perfection to try to get Century on the board. Frickman keeps it in on the blue line. Yulberg plays it off the board. Frickman bats that one down with the mitten. Played forward, and here comes Riker Wagner. Wagner, a young sophomore, is all tripped up. A little bit of pushing and shoving with him and Hagrid. And that will be an offsides called on Wagner and Mandan. Let's take a look at that last big save for Jacob Walsh and Mandan. Really built up. Watch this one-hand effort by Hagrid. And then it comes right back to him, and somehow making the save is Walsh. Beautiful save. 13 for 13 for him today. Keeping Century off the scoreboard. Fan on the puck is gone, but his teammate will keep it in for him. Played into Barrett. A little bit of a dribbler there. Lobeck tames it down. Back into the near corner. Quickly muscled away by Easton Carvo. Both teams exchanging some checks there. Now Lobeck finding it to Barrett. Extra pass out to Hertz. Into the near corner. Battling a pair of Patriots for the puck. He keeps it in direction of Mandan. Quick fired shot by Krause. It's blocked up front by the other number 8, Reese Frickman. .3-0 Mandan, 8:20 remaining on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Walsh wanted an icing, not going to get one as it's waved off. Gobb dances around. His pass, though, looks like it's going to be taken away or at least stopped in its tracks there by Century. Puck pinballs across a couple of players before being tamed down by Grayson Krause. Send it along the boards for Lobeck. Seems like that Mandan line has been out for a while. They're trying to get a line change. Lobeck comes off. Here comes a slap shot. Denied up in front with all the traffic up front, but a nice look there for Kyle Livesay. As Walsh going to put the glove on top of it and swallow it up and allow Mandan to get a much-needed breather of that line that was out there. Looked at a couple of those Mandan players that came in. You kind of see that sigh of, thank goodness. Get that line change. Logan Hertzing had a tough time getting up over the board. Had to be at least probably closer to 2 minutes on that shift, if not longer, it felt like. But that group has been out there. 7:35 remaining. Face-off won by Century, but it's going to be taken away by Mandan. Drankson leaves one off to Walker, who gets clobbered hard. Walker trying to get back up behind the net. Krause fires a shot. That one whistles high. Here comes Yulberg. That one onto the far side. Poked by Emerson Astle. Astle falls down as he was battling Krause for the puck. Walker chips it down. A little dump and chase. Hits off the side of the net. Check by Walker. He's had a strong shift here. Goes right back towards the top. He'll take a shot before Hammer gets on top of that one. 6:57, and they're having a little bit of a chat right in front of the crease as they will go for the line change with 6:57 to go. Again, can't thank our great sponsors tonight enough. Serve Pro, 24/7 emergency service, trained technicians, advanced technology, fire, water cleanup, and restoration. It's Serve Pro. Second time tonight that puck has gone up over the netting and in to the crowd. Mandan 2 shots away from putting up 40 shots against Noah Hammer tonight. Hammer's 35 for 38. He has been peppered, to say the least. Yulberg, shot blocked up front. Jacob Fisher hits the brakes. Played off of Frickman and pushed in by Easton Carvo, the sophomore. Carvo's had a pretty solid third period for Century. Played up and forward there by Liam Keller. Racing in on it now is Skalski. Directed there, nice box out by the Patriots as they're trying to exit their own zone, trying to get offense going, and as time starting to wind down on that comeback, a huge hit by Skalski late on Frickman. The stick goes flying. We play on as Frickman quickly gets on over. Shot fired on a close distance. Saved again by Hammer. Ben Mock was looking for his second goal as another Century Patriot slow to get to the bench. Some big hits have been issued on both sides tonight. It's been physical, that's for sure. Hurts dumps it across the boards to himself and almost lays a hit on a Patriot there. Again, that stick still floating on the corner of the ice on the Patriot side. 5:28 remaining. Time continuing not to be on the favor of the Patriots, but they'll lay out some big hits still. Puck controlled on over by Caden Lobeck as he goes down hard. The physicality meter has continued to ramp up as this game's gone on, especially here in the third period. This is really reminding me of Century versus Botno rugby first period in the state consi, where the teams were just kind of running each other over. That is kind of what it's been, more of a demolition derby here in the third period. Check after check after check, big hit after big hit. But the score has stayed the same. Mandan leads 3-0 over Century, 4:50 remaining. Played back by Drankson, trying to work it into Kraus. Drankson still working to keep possession of the puck. Walker flips it to Yulberg. Shot block. Walker gets it back. That one steered clear by Hammer. Waiting for it is Kraus. Kraus to Kraus. Now to Walker. Hits the brakes. He's going to get shoved into the boards there by Bacchus. Here comes Keaton Schulte. He's fun to watch. Schulte works it to his backhand. Pushed off the puck by Yulberg, and Drankson will flip it out to Kraus. 4:12 remaining in the third period. Yulberg wasting some time for finding Walker. Walker's saucer pass to Drankson, deflected, but Drankson goes right back after it. Finds the puck. Weaves away from Astle. Weaves around a couple of different Century Patriots before Schulte will send it back in for Century. 3:48 remaining. As Mock has got some room. Mock fires a shot, kicked away by Hammer and scooped up by Jacob Fisher. Gobb sends that one on to his pairing partner. Now here comes Skalski on a 2-assist day. A dump and chase for Skalski, and right now you're down to 3:20 on the board for Century, trying to find a late comeback, but right now Mandan has just controlled this third period like they have much of the game. Mock working behind the crease. Weaves his way around. Centering in a one-timer there for Keller. He opened up the scoring, and right now would be credited with the game winner. That came in just the first 4 minutes of the contest. Mandan has outshot him 41-13 tonight. Here comes Skalski, that one high into the netting. Take a look at a replay. I think I saved earlier. We'll see if I got it right now or not. But here we go. I believe this is this big hit coming up, and yes, it is. Skalski on Frickman there. That is one of the many, many big hits we have seen here in this third period. Looks like we got a timeout coming up here in the final 2:37. Again, this timeout brought to you in part by First International Bank and Trust. First International Bank and Trust, full-service, family-owned, independent community bank built on the bond between their employees and customers. Founded in 1910, growing to serve rural and urban communities across Arizona, Minnesota, North Dakota, and South Dakota. Find them online at FIBT.com.
At Shots Crossroads, we make 8 gallons of homemade ranch dressing every day, so you can smother your dinner salad with it, dip those crispy golden French fries in it, and dunk your breaded chicken strips. You can even cover your... Wait, no. You can't put ranch on steak, or can you? Shots Crossroads. Don't forget the ranch.
At Planning Team Financial Advisors, we help individuals create their personalized strategies. We specialize in financial planning, retirement planning, insurance, and 401k distribution options. Don't leave your future to chance. Call Planning Team Financial Advisors today for a free retirement review. Planning Team Financial Advisors. Your plan, your future, your team.
Welcome back in as coming out of the Century timeout with 2:37 remaining. Century held to just 3 shots here in the third period. They trail by 3 in the last 2.5 minutes, seeing if they can try to get this offense going. And that's been kind of that tough thing for them today as Mandan has been everywhere. Century might have won the physicality battle, but Mandan has just been able to kind of power it through. Absorb some hits, dish out a couple of their own, but for Mandan today, it was fire shot after shot, 41 of them to be exact. Now seeing if they can hold on for the next 2 minutes to go 1-0 on the season. Mason Schmidt backhands one across the back of the net for Brady Barrett. Schmidt now will go off for a line change. Working with it now is Bo Miller. Miller plays it off the boards, intended there for Jacob Fisher. Picked up, centered a chance, and that one just fired wide by Colton Johnson on the one-timer. Tried to find a way to gob, but it's poked loose. Line changes there, come up with a $1.25, so that could be your last line change, maybe one more for these teams. Astle powers through a hit of gob. It looked like he probably got the worst end of it, even though he was the one that initiated the hit. Firing a shot, that one played all the way down the end of the ice for an icing. Icing there, and we'll be now back on the side for Century. Time not on their side, 1:04 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard, but for Century, even if you can't come back with 3, if you could find a way to put one in the back of the net, could go a long way confidence-wise, especially when you got Bismarck High coming up on December 2nd. Minute left, that one played off the boards. Retrieved by Frickman. He'll backpedal away and find it back on to Miller as he'll advance it to Astle. Astle's pass, it's taken away. Weaving around there was Riker Wagner. He loses it, and Frickman has it with 40 seconds. Frickman powers through some hits. A lot of contact. Here comes Bo Miller, going to rip one. Not going to make its way to Walsh to redirect it on all the traffic up front. Patriots seeing if they can try to light the lamp once before this game goes to the conclusion, but right now 15 seconds left, 3-0. Mandan now 10 seconds away from going 1-0 on the season. Miller's shot. Lots of traffic up front with Walsh, and there's a save and a lot of pushing and shoving up front. Walsh with a big save. They are the final seconds. Getting some frustration boiling up. 2 quick shots, and Walsh making quick work of both of them. Now we got a stick that ends up getting whacked, I believe, out of a Mandan player's hand. As Joberg picks up the stick, didn't know whose stick it was. But it looks like it was a Mandan player's. Kaysen Hagerut, I think, was the one that whacked it out of a Mandan player at the end of the play there. So Hagerut now will head on over to the penalty box for the last 5 seconds. So Mandan will close the game out on the power play. Last 3 seconds, they open up the scoring on the power play. They will stop on the power play, and Mandan will win it 3-0 in convincing fashion. 41-55 in shots, and it is a 15-shot shutout for Jacob Walsh in the 3-0 victory over the Century Patriots here tonight. We'll talk about everything on that first game as well as this game, a part of the doubleheader, and wrap things up here at the Starion Sports Complex when we return here on the PSP Network. But again, boys final, Mandan 3, Century 0.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
Our stylists are trained to understand the nuances of cutting men's hair. Less pomp, more adore, huh, Brittany?
Square face, wavy hair.
Mid-fade with a textured top. Finish it off with a hard part and taper that neckline, coach.
Cowlick, what's the move? It's not just all about hard work here.
Hit all. 7. Pressure. Points. Yeah.
It takes expertise to be a sport clip stylist.
Here?
That's the spot. Right there, huh?
Sport Clips, the pros in men's hair.
Whether you're looking for a full-service financial plan or planning for farm or business succession, Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. With locations in Bismarck, Garrison, and Center, our full-service team of professionals are dedicated to helping you work towards achieving your financial goals. Visit us online, planningteam.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member of FINRA Civic. Investment advisory services offered through New Edge Advisors, LLC, a registered investment advisor. New Edge Advisors, LLC, and Planning Team Financial Advisors are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Planning for the future is difficult, but pre-planning your funeral is a thoughtful way to ease the burden on your loved ones. At Stevenson Funeral Home, our compassionate team will help you create a personalized plan that reflects your values. We'll make sure that your wishes are honored and that your family will have peace of mind in a challenging time. Call us today to start your pre-planning journey. You can count on us to be with you every step of the way. Stevenson Funeral Home.
We started with small beginnings. And just like the visionary entrepreneurs we serve, we turned an idea into reality. Today, we give you the power to grow your ideas by building meaningful relationships in the communities we serve. Because it's the same place we started. BNC National Bank, where possibilities begin right here at home.
Let's wrap things up here at the Starion Sports Complex. Final here on the boys' part of the doubleheader. Mandan 3, Century 0. So it will end in a tie on the doubleheader side, so to speak. Again, we'll talk a little bit about the girls, recap that once again, but Century won that one 5-3. But let's talk about this game first, as it is fresh of memory. And this Mandan just came out guns a-blazing. Everything was just going their way. They had that offensive rhythm. They did not let Century be comfortable on offense at all, pretty much in that entire game. And it's all started off in the first 4 minutes, an early barrage, and Liam Keller scores his first varsity goal as a sophomore on the power play, assisted by Brody Skalski. Then about 9 minutes later, it was Ben Mock scoring his first goal, assisted by Gobb and Skalski again to go up 2-0. And then Brady Barrett would score the final goal on the night. It would be early on in the second period. Again, 3 different goal scorers and 3 sophomores. Liam Keller, Ben Mock, Brady Barrett, all got to keep their puck as their first varsity goal. So very cool for those 3 players there. And then, again, Gobb and Skalski getting in on 2 assists for Mandan. Mandan's offense was just too much there. Had 13 shots in the first, had 20 shots in the second, 8 in the third for a total of 41 shots compared to 15 for Century. And theirs was 0 in the first, 10 in the second, and only 5 shots there in the third. Again, Mandan was able just to continue to put pucks on net throughout the entire game, and it pays off for them. 3-0 and a shutout effort in the crease for Jacob Walsh, facing 15 shots, denying all 5 or all 15 of them. And then on the other end for Noah Hammer, really liked how he continued to continue to kind of shine in that game. You know, that first period gave up those 2 goals. After that, almost played a near perfect game. I mean, it was. When you're faced with 41 shots, come away with 38. That's not a bad game whatsoever. A good performance there by Hammer, but Mandan able to pick up the 3-0 win. Well, and then we're going to head on over in for our player of the game, and I've been kind of back and forth on this one. Brought to you by Sports Clips. You could go a lot of different options with this one. You could go Brody Skalski with the 2 assists. You could go. I really liked Adam Walker's play tonight as well. Didn't get it on the point sheet, but I really liked how he played tonight. You could go the goaltender, Jacob Walsh, but I think I'm going to go with one of these sophomores. Liam Keller, Ben Mock, Brady Barrett, all 3 were spectacular tonight, but I'm going to go on and I'm going to give it out to Ben Mock. That second goal on the night, it was a great effort there for Mock and also for him. I thought he had a really good game throughout. Gets that goal and go up 2-0 and really kind of push it really in that favor of Century or in Mandan at that point. So Ben Mock is tonight's Sports Clips MVP. Now let's quickly run through the girls' game tonight. Again, it was Adrina McNally that gets the first goal to go up 1-0 for Century, and then it was a fellow freshman, Eliana Matson, picked up a shorthanded goal to go up 2-0. McNally would score her second. That was a shorthanded as well to go up 3-0 before Mandan would score the next 3 goals. Adriana Kautzman would score in the second and the third period to go goal within 1. They would score with Dakota Swearingen, one of their captains, in the final 5 minutes on the power play to even things up, but another power play goal on the opposite side for Century. We put them back up with Matson, her second on the night, assisted by Vig, and then Peyton Swenson would get an empty netter to go up 5-3 and win that one. All goals came, by the way, of freshmen for the Century girls in that 5-3 victory. And for Mandan, all 3 goals in their 3-0 victory on the boys' side came by sophomores. Next up for the Patriots, they've got Bismarck High on the 2nd, and then Davies on December 5th, both at home. And then for Mandan, they are heading on over to Queen City on Friday night to take on the Dickinson Mavericks. And you can tune into that one right here on the PSP Network. We'll have coverage of that contest right here there in the Queen City. Should be a fun matchup. Well, that's going to be it for us here tonight. Big thanks out to Johnny Haugen as well as Aaron Wald for all their great work behind the scenes on the camera. Big thanks out to all of our great sponsors that have made these broadcasts possible tonight. Again, final scores. Century picks up the girls' win 5-3 over Mandan. The boys, though, for the Mandan pick up a 3-0 win over the Patriots. Have a great Thanksgiving, and we will see you again on Friday for Mandan versus Dickinson.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by follow PSP Network on all social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us,